Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. This is the Transportation Committee meeting. Have our members introduce themselves.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Jim White. I represent the good people of District 30, which is from Guilford to the north of Piscataquis County and two towns in Somerset.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Mason. I represent District 97, which is almost all the great folks of Lisbon.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Ankleys. I represent House District 100, a central portion of the town of Brunswick.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Steve Bishop from District 17, Bucksport, Orland, Verona, and Penobscot.
And good afternoon, Roger Albert, District 2, which is in Aroostook County, St. John Valley.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Ray, and I represent House District 40, which includes the towns of Islesboro, Appleton, Lincolnville, Liberty, Searsmont, Morrill. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Representative Holly Eaton. I serve House District 15 and I live in Deer Isle.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wayne Perry. I represent House District 140, which covers Arundel, Dayton, and about half Alignment.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Lydia Crafts of House District 46, which includes the towns of Damerscott, Noblesboro, Newcastle, Bristol, and Monhegan Island. I serve as the House Chair.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Tim Nangle. I represent Senate District 26, and I am the Senate Chair. First up is an act making supplemental allocations from the Highway Fund and other funds for the expenditures of state government and changing certain provisions of the law, June 30th, 2026 and June 30th, 2027.
Good afternoon, Suzanne Voynick from Office of Fiscal and Program Review. So I will start with public safety, just page 1 of the document in your notebooks. The first initiative at the top transfers 1 state police detective position and 1 SBY specialist position from Gambling Control Board, 100% general fund to the state police program, 65% general fund and 35% highway fund, and provides funding for all other. This is 108,000 in 26 and about 113,000 in 27. And just to remind the committee, when you did your recommendations to AFA, you recommended that this initiative be voted out, and it's the same initiative. It's just, this is just 35% highway fund funding.
Okay. Representative Ankleys?
Some of these has that we provided recommendations to AFA for. Are you able to tell us in real time today if they have acted yet on these?
They did act on one of them, and I should have. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I do have it right here. The second initiative established 1 state police lieutenant position and 1 state police sergeant position. They did vote that one out, reference 645. And that's the only one they have acted on so far. That's not mean that they won't vote on the other ones. They just haven't voted yet.
Which reference?
Reference 645 is the second one down.
Okay.
The one after the one we're talking about right now.
Thank you.
And you had also voted it out. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's reference 4. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my report back to AFA. Reference 4 on page 1 is the one that AFA voted out.
Suzanne, could I just request that we go through all of the initiatives?
Sure.
Thank you.
So that was reference 4, establishes a state police lieutenant position, a state police sergeant position. The next one is reference 5, establishes 4 state police detective position and provides funding for related all other. This is a cost of $290,000 in FY '27. And you also voted this one out as well. The next one at the bottom is reference 6, provides funding for approved reorg change of 5 senior lab scientist positions from range 29 to 31 and related all other costs. And then on page 2, reference 7 provides funding for an increase in rent for the Northern Field Troop Barracks of $35,027.
Suzanne, can we go back to reference 6?
Sure.
Are these just reclassifications or? Do you know?
I'm pretty sure that's what they are. They're just reclassifications of employee positions.
Okay.
I do have a justification for the general fund. The management, it's a management initiated range change, was approved in September 25 by Bureau of Human Resources of employee positions.
Okay. Sure.
In that one, we moved in, right? On our
Yes.
FA report. Okay.
Yes, you did vote that one in. Reference 4.
Out.
You voted that one out in your report back. Reference 5, you voted out. And reference 6, you voted in. On the next page, page 2, reference 7 provides funding for an increase in rent. Oh, I guess I already went through that one. What's that? Yes. Reference 8 establishes 1 state police corporal position, 1 state police lieutenant position, and 3 state police specialist positions, and provides funding for all other costs for additional staffing related to the Extreme Risk Protection Act. It also provides funding for 5 Ford Police Interceptor utility vehicles. And this one you voted out as well.
Has AFA taken this?
AFA has not acted on it yet. Reference 9 establishes 1 forensic chemist position, 2 forensic chemist position 2, 1 DNA forensic analyst position, and provides funding for all other costs, a mobile office unit, and a contracted trainer for the tracking system. And this one, that one you voted in.
This is for the rape kits, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That was reference 9, right?
Yes.
Just wondering, what is a mobile office unit? What are you thinking? Yeah, come on up, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mike Soster, Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety. That is literally a Connex box essentially to work out of. The crime lab is completely overloaded. There's no place to put new scientists or equipment. So this is actually a place to do these tests and to store some of these results.
Okay. Is it going to be like a camper or something, or?
My understanding, it's literally a similar to a storage container. Except it has, it does have a door. It's an office space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right,
it's
I
far
got
from
it.
ideal, but I wouldn't say it's a camper necessarily.
It's not, but I guess when I read that, I was thinking it was going to be mobile. Like
Yeah.
the scientists are going to be able to move from county to county, but
Yeah,
that's not the case.
I
Okay.
understand what you're saying, but no.
Okay. Representative Kraft.
Suzanne, can we go back to reference number 8 for a moment? And Commissioner, while
Sure.
you're here, is that a 65-35 split or is that 100% highway fund?
For
The,
reference 8, that's a 65-35% split.
and
Yes,
so
ma'am.
the 457,533 and 2627 is 35% of the cost that's coming to the highway fund?
That's correct.
Could you talk a little bit more about those positions?
Yeah, sure. So for reference 8, our scenario is that the yellow flag law and that implementation, we had 615 yellow flags in 2025. So that's about 1.5 of those a day. This morning I read 7 narratives for new ones that came in over the last couple of days. Since its implementation, there's a few different people. I've read every one of those narratives. I would say probably 97%. There's a couple times there's a technology issue. So that's 615 of those in 2025. The reason that's important is that every one of those scenarios, that's not fair. The vast, vast, vast majority, again, you're talking 95% plus, a person is in protective custody and in a hospital setting when that order is granted. So we're actively serving a person with an order while they're in protective custody in a hospital, and then we would retrieve the firearms without an individual being home. The concern on red flag is, let's just say, as an example, that went into effect on February 22nd. To my knowledge, it hasn't been utilized yet. Maybe it has, but certainly nobody's come back through the state police to notify us of that. And we've made that request. Let's say a third of those. Now there's 200 red flags and 600 yellows. In a red flag scenario, an individual is not in protective custody. They are in their residence, in their home, and we are cold knocking on the door to say, hey, we're here with an order and we want to take your dangerous weapons from you. And the concern from all the law enforcement associations, sheriffs, police, chiefs, and DPS and the Maine State Police is that the service in that manner is far, far more dangerous than one in a yellow flag where you know where the individual is. That's the whole concept here. So there are some options on the table, but we're required by that law to serve that order within 24 hours. There are best practices now in 2026 where if you've got time, we don't want to go to somebody's house, right? Maybe we're doing surveillance on a house, let somebody drive to get a cup of coffee, and then we'll talk to them. Because if they're inside their residence, there's a lot of different options there for barricades and to make that situation far more dangerous for everybody, for law enforcement officers as well as the individual that we're serving. So the reality here is that our TAC team now did about 118 activations last year. They were requested 258 times. And we put them out 118. So the bandwidth, the ability to answer these calls, if a community, an agency that you serve calls us and says, hey, we need your help serving an order. If we don't have the staff, we don't have the capability, then we're going to have a hard time doing that. We're going to strive to do it very, very hard, but there's no guarantee, depending on what's happening around the state, that we'll be able to do that with existing resources.
Yep.
Do you anticipate, I know you can't predict the future, but do you anticipate that number of 615 remaining that high? My understanding was 2024 was also significantly higher than prior to Lewiston. Do you have any projections on what the
Sure.
what it
It's a
looks like?
valid question. I think for us, in the trainings we've done, the conversations we've had with law enforcement, yellow flags are still going to have a strong piece of this, just simply because of the officer safety concerns and the circumstances surrounding foreseeable harm versus a red flag scenario. But I have no way of knowing that. Is 615 going to turn into 350 all of a sudden and we're going to get 200 reds? I'd have no idea what that's going to look like. This is really our best assessment of, geez, if this happens, how can we best serve all of you? So we're just trying to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's appropriately, because we don't want anybody to get hurt.
Yep.
And is 615 similar to 2024?
It's an increase from 2024, for sure, but that gets more and more and more every, again, I think we were out, whatever the number was, it was like 1.3 a day and now we're 1.5. So it's not a big difference. And I may even have that someplace in my notes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So are these 5 positions going to be roving around the state?
No, not at all.
Okay,
But the intent is that they would be now members of the tactical team. We'd expand that team. And then they would respond as necessary, as appropriate. So the same assessment would occur. A community would call us and say, this is the circumstances, this is the fact pattern that we have. We would do a threat matrix to say, okay, let's check off some of these boxes. An individual's armed, they've got a criminal history, they made threats against somebody, and then they'll have a number. And if that number says, okay, we need to respond appropriately, then we'll have the officers respond. There's no mobile wandering around component of this at all.
okay. Any other questions?
479 in 2024, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Representative Craig?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, can you help the committee, and by committee, I mean me, help remind me how funds are designated, which are 100% general fund and which category is the 65-35 split? I'm sorry, which are highway fund?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example, like the traffic safety, the short answer to that is no. Like the traffic safety unit is 100% highway funds. The vast majority of law enforcement positions within the Maine State Police are 65-35% splits. We have some OA2s, which are troop secretaries and other things for a lot of different reasons. 15 years ago, were 100% highway fund. So there's a little bit of that that's sprinkled throughout. But the vast majority of state police positions and the support for those positions is that 65-35% split.
And what about, thank you for that. What about 100% general fund positions?
100% general fund. For the Maine State Police on computer crimes. Computer crimes, there you go. So that entire unit would fall under general fund.
And do you know, or Suzanne, do either of you know why that, for example, is completely general funded?
I would say that on its surface, it says they are a support services unit that impacts everybody across the state. But are they actively working the highway in any way? They may come out to assist with an investigation, but those positions are not directly connected to that. I could get you more information on that. The funding mechanisms, even the 65-35 split was different probably since Wayne has been here. That has changed over the years. And there's like a packet. And I've never in the 7 years here been able to figure out some of that magic behind that, where those percentages even come from. That's the honest answer. But computer crimes doesn't have a direct nexus to the highway fund that I'm aware of. Unless anything that you can think of there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We can continue.
Okay. And so I'm on page 3, reference 10, transfers a state police lieutenant position from traffic safety, 100% general fund, to the state police program, 65% general and 35% highway, and provides funding for related all other costs. This is 75,200 cost for 27 for the highway fund. That's the 65%. And then if you look at page 4, reference 13 on that page is the other side of this entry where there's 191,337 savings in 27 for the 100% coming out of the highway fund.
Okay, so this is not, yeah, the 100% comes out of the highway
Yeah,
fund,
and
not
then
the general fund. Just
65% is added to the state police program.
It's about $100,000 savings to the highway fund is what that amounts to at the end of the day.
What,
So that scenario is there's a state police pilot in the traffic safety unit at 100%.
okay, highway
Traffic
fund,
safety, right, is 100% highway. So you start at 100%. That got reclassed to a Maine State Police lieutenant position, which if it stayed in traffic safety would be 100% highway. Then it's moved out of traffic safety into the Maine State Police program, which is the 65-35% split.
Okay.
So you're saving 65% off the top, which amounts to about $100,000.
okay.
Okay, and that ends state police. So
Well-
the other one I have is on,
Wait a minute. Reference 12
what's up?
on page 4.
Yes, on page 4, we have traffic safety. Reference 12 provides funding for the approved reorg of one state police pilot position to a state police lieutenant position. This
Okay.
is a cost of 15,737 in FY 27.
That's just another reclass, right? Reclassification.
Yes.
That's the reclass
what he
of the
was
position
talking
we
about.
just talked about, right? Pilot to lieutenant reclass. Lieutenant move out of traffic safety over to MSP. Clear as mud.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
So that $15,000 is to change the position prior to
Prior to
shifting
moving
the
it.
funding sources.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay.
And then reference 13 is the transfer that we talked about previously of the state police lieutenant position in the traffic safety to the transferring from there to the state police program. And that is all I have for public safety.
Okay.
On to Secretary of State or any questions? Okay. Secretary of State, I'm on page 6. Reference, thank you. Reference 16 provides funding for the approved reorg of 3 accounting associate 1 positions to office associate 2 positions. This is a cost of 16,241 in 27.
Okay.
Reference 17 provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 office associate 2 position to an office associate 2 supervisor position, cost of 5,392 in 27. And reference 18 on that same page provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 senior technical support specialist position to a system section manager position, cost of 11,942 in 27. The next initiative at the bottom of page 6 going into page 7 is reference 19, provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 program audit manager position from range 27 to 28, a cost of $4,333. Then reference 20 on page 7 provides funding for the approved reorg of 8 office associate 1 positions to office associate 2 positions, $44,073.27. Reference 21 provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 accounting associate 1 position to a business manager 1 position, $13,580 in 27. Reference 22 provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 office associate 1 position to a management analyst 2 position at a cost of $14,441 in 27.
Could, hold on.
Yeah.
Can we have the Secretary of State come up?
Yep.
Good
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Nangle and Representative Crafts and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Shanna Bellows and I am Secretary of State.
So we have a lot of reorganization. Are those what we used to call reclassifications?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, wanted to just confirm that. Okay, keep going.
Okay. And reference 23 on page 7 provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 clerk 4 position to office specialist 2 supervisor position for $77,810.27. And on page 8, reference 24 provides funding for the approved reorg of 1 public service coordinator 1 position to a public service manager 2 position at $10,680.27. And that is all I have for the Secretary of State.
Anybody have any questions?
Except for the language.
Yeah.
Representative Anxis.
Just to confirm, none of the Secretary of State positions are split funded. This is
Not
all
these.
highway fund
No,
money.
not these
That's what
positions,
I-
no.
Just confirming.
Any other questions? So just as an example, on reference 24 provides funding for the approved reorganization of 1 public service coordinator, 1, 2 public service manager, 2. Will you need to backfill the public service coordinator 1 position?
So because these are reclassifications, it's taking an existing position and just converting it. So none of these are new positions. They're just conversions of existing positions to different positions. So for example, that position would have advanced oversight, financial oversight, and would supervise the accounting division. So basically create a higher level of supervisory authority for the approximate 200 million in revenue that we bring in and the 56 million that we're currently at in expenditures. So it's just an increase in responsibility to help with recruitment, but that position is currently filled. So that would be a raise for that particular person. And if we had to go out, be just for the increased responsibilities.
And these amounts are because it's retroactive to when the reclassification was approved.
That's right.
So some of them look. a
No,
little-
excuse me, management initiated is not retroactive. It starts moving forward. So this is a
Oh.
baseline adjustment
Okay.
in the budget
Are the-
to cover the cost of that position.
Are these all management?
I believe so, yes. Let me just double check. Management, we put it in the testimony. Yep, these were all management initiated for
Okay,
management reasons.
okay.
And they're all, one of them is an IT position and the rest are all in accounting and data management. There's one in enforcement as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's it.
We have language, but we'll come back during the language portion.
Do you want to do the language now for Secretary of State's pieces, or do you want to just do the language all at once?
Sure.
Okay, let me,
I have
Go
a,
ahead.
I have a chart that was.
No, I just
requested.
wanted to let the committee and the audience know, we're going to work through each of the initiatives today. We have an additional work session scheduled for Thursday, and the committee will take up votes on those initiatives at that time. So this is just to answer questions when your part is done.
So in part C, there's some carry forward language for a motor vehicles program of 2.5 million in all other to the next fiscal year. That's part C on page 21. And then on part D, there's some carrying language for administrations, corporations, elections, and commissions program, which has absolutely nothing to do with the Transportation Committee. I'm not sure why it's in there, but the secretary.
We would like you to take it out.
Yeah, that you just voted out. And the thought is that it's going to be put into the general fund budget in a change package.
Which one are we just gonna,
This is part D.
oh, okay.
So there was C that does belong in here, and then there's part D that does not.
Okay, so,
Then
The sheet that you just received at the hearing, Representative Perry requested an audit of the expenses that we've spent so far on what we've spent on modernization with the carryover funds that have been allocated to us in prior years. And so we provided this spreadsheet. And one of the things that's been important about, just to remind people about modernization, is we are doing it ourselves. When we first came to you about modernization, redoing the license system, the registration system, the title system, would either be outsourcing it for an approximate cost of 40 million or insourcing it by hiring contract programmers, not headcount, but contract programmers to be on site and do a custom build for us on site. And so what we did starting in fiscal year 24 was hired those contract programmers, which are through GuideSoft. GuideSoft is the contractor. And so those contract programmers show up at the BMV every day and they're working on systems. So our deploy for phase one will be complete on June 22nd. And it's, but we'll launch the new driver license system, the back end for that. They're in final finishing, any bug resolution and starting to move into training of the branch staff this spring before go live. Phase two, and I can bring this on Thursday because in my conversations in the hallway, it turned out that it'd be helpful. So phase one is completion of the driver license system. Phase two is the VIN decoder that many of you have wanted in the vehicle registration system. The address verification across, to make addresses uniform across all the systems, eliminating the paper process for license renewals. And then this is really important, the next phase of electronic titling, which is electronic title applications for the dealers. And then also we've got 5 different AMVA interfaces that we need we want to start exchanging data with other states. And then phase 3 is vehicle registration, motor carrier, title, dealer licensing, point of sale, and inventory control. So our recommendation for these carryovers, that $2.5 million, if you look at encumbrances for 26, GuideSoft is the biggest piece of it. It's 1.6 million and, excuse me, it's about 2 million, 2.1 between what we've already spent year to date and what's encumbered. And then you've got other things related to licensing and subscriptions and other pieces of modernization so we think it's an estimate about 2.5 million a year. So we would need it this year, to be quite frank, fiscal year, we'd be coming back as well because we're phasing it out. We're doing it bite by bite.
So finishing phase one. Phase two is going to be what again?
So phase 2 is for the coming year. And so what we've got on deck is the VIN decoder, which would be allowing us to do decoding of VINs in the vehicle registration system.
Okay.
Address verification software for the driver license system. We've got a couple of things we want to do to driver license system. We want to eliminate the paper process on license renewals. Work with new car dealers to pilot the electronic title applications directly from the dealers, because right now we've got electronic titles for the lien and titles for the lenders, but not from the dealers to us. We want to validate and refresh the full title database, working with AMVA, and then we've got a few 5 AMVA interfaces that we're looking to link to our systems. And then in phase 3, we'd be taking on what I talked about in the hearing, which is turning Italian into English, or ancient Italian into English, and that's redoing the registration system, as well as motor carrier and dealer licensing.
Okay.
And I will say registrations and titles right now is in Oracle Forms. So remember, we had more than 3 different systems. We have driver licenses, registrations, titles. They don't talk to each other. A customer service rep has to access different applications when they're in the branches. We did licenses first because it's an old system going back, I believe, to 2002, 2005. You said 1. So over 20 years old, but it was in Java. Registrations and vehicle and titles for folks that know code is in Oracle Forms. Oracle Forms will no longer be supported anywhere after 2032. They've already advised people that it's phased out. So we've got to get off Oracle Forms. We've got to have a new system because registrations and titles is similarly decades old.
Okay. I know that at one of my previous employers, we had a bunch of Oracle data, and it just gets so old that you can't even decipher it. I mean, there's no way to move it from one language to another.
Well, I think one of the important things about, for example, these systems is other systems are reading them. Like NLETS is accessing BMV data for law enforcement on the road, right? So there are lots of there are multiple applications. So it is important to try to at least,
Stay.
I'm not going to say that modernizing after you've got a system for almost 2 decades is, is like really keeping up with the times, but there's a reason to keep trying to move forward on this.
Okay.
And it's relatively cost effective to do it the way that we're doing it rather than having done it something off the shelf. Well, quite significantly cost effective.
Yep. So what's the difference between part C1 and part C? On
The
part
language?
C1 is on page 21 and part C is on 22.
It's just something.
No, that's,
On 22, you're just seeing the summary of that language. So it's basically the same thing.
Looks like the same language.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Great summary. I was thinking summary is like 2-3 sentences.
Yeah, sometimes the summary just repeats what's in there.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
and I'll just add, I feel like the department, I just want to congratulate the civil service at the BMV. Like when we said we've modernized, we've delivered. We've delivered online appointments at the BMV. You know, this fall when the Real ID crushed us last spring, we created online renewals for Real ID. We've, you know, we've got the electronic lien and titling solution for lenders on titles. We've eliminated fax machines for the car insurance industry, you know, no longer sending us paper and fax, but being able to transmit documents electronically. So for the SR 22 process, the BMV has worked really hard over the last 3 years to keep hitting these milestones. And probably the biggest milestone from a security perspective is state to state. The fact that now when you go, if you're coming from out of state to get a license in Maine, we're linked back to your home state. We can see what your driver record is there. We can see your documentation, and we're exchanging that information with other states so that people can't, you know, cheat the system in Maine. And I think from a security perspective, that's a huge, huge win. And it was a lot of work to implement state to state. Plus, we've implemented a bunch of federal mandates when it comes to CDL licensing that are all electronic. So the BMV is really, I mean, when you look at that audit, we're not spending a lot of money to do quite a bit of work. So thank you.
have you gotten rid of the carrier pigeons?
We still have a lot of paper. We still have a whole lot of paper.
Okay.
And that will still exist for people that need paper, right? It's about creating options. But for the industry, for a lot of the industries, I was talking with a recycler who does salvage. He was here in the Hall of Flags today with the Chamber of Commerce. And he said it drives him crazy when he has to wait, you know, for a paper title because their business depends on moving vehicles and they don't want, you know, stuff sitting on their lots too long. So the title modernization that Deputy Curtis has overseen with Director Valerie Grant and her team, I think that's really important for industry.
I think we saw the developers on the tour and they
Yes.
work in a windowless room.
They do.
Okay,
We have not asked you for
windows,
windows.
skylights. Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bellows, could you please help us understand? I believe that we've had carryover language in the years that I've been here. Could you tell the committee what would happen without the carryover language? Like, what's the big picture of having it versus not having? I understand your plan if you have it. What happens without it?
If we don't have the carryover language, then we have to lay off programmers and we don't modernize. So the carryover language is utilizing savings mostly from personal services because the BMV is so large. So existing savings from prior allocations to the BMV, but in different places. Again, mostly personal services, but not entirely. To fund what you saw in that spreadsheet, that contract with GuideSoft, which is about 2 million. So if we don't have that money, then at some point, you know, and we'll manage it. So it's not like it's going to shut off right away, but at some point we just don't have the funds to fund the $2 million worth of programmers. So at that point, we have to slow down or eliminate certain modernization projects.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. And in the next biennial budget, would add it back in? Or like, would you run out of those funds prior to the next budget cycle?
The challenge with a project like this is stability and continuity. We've got people that have been working with us now since fiscal year 24. So they've got a couple of years under their belt. They've been trained by the business. They understand, not only do they know where things are in the building, but they've started to understand the process and motor vehicles. So what's nice about carryover is it creates stability, right? It says to those folks, this project, it shows the legislature's commitment to the project. It keeps us moving toward phase 2. If we were in a position of having to lay people off, then they're going to find other programming jobs. Like, especially, they're not going to wait until the biennial budget passes and goes into law next July or next September and be like, oh, well, we don't have to feed our families from, September to, or, from July to July or whatever. So I think it's not that we couldn't get new programmers. It's just that you've lost that time, and you've lost the benefit of people who understand how this works. And I don't want to scare people, I hope that none of the programmers are listening thinking, oh, I better leave the BMV. But it's just the reality of trying to manage that stability of funding.
Follow up.
Yep.
Because the funds you have will carry you through, like the money that's allocated for those contracted programmers is set through
June 30th
of this year.
Of this
the
year.
25, 26.
Yes. So we have some, so what we're asking to do is carry over. So we're asking for money that we have at the BMV. We'll have, the right way to put it, surplus, I guess is the right, like at the end of June 30th, we're predicting that we're going to have some excess funds. And this happens obviously at many departments across the state government, except for elections. And that generally flows back into either the general fund or the highway fund, right? What you all have done over the last couple of years is you've allowed the BMV to keep up to no more than 2.5 million to just roll over into our account. So it doesn't leave and go to DAFs. It stays with us, or leave and go anywhere else. It stays with us, and then we can draw down on those funds for modernization purposes. So we use those funds to pay those expenses that you saw on that spreadsheet.
Follow up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just go as long as you need to.
Thank
Because you all have never given us a big lump modernization appropriation.
Okay, that was my next question. So there's no-
Modernization isn't in the baseline.
There's no initiative that we
No.
have passed in previous budgets to say, hey, go out and modernize and do this work for this dollar amount.
Right.
You are relying, am I correct, entirely on these carryover funds?
So moving forward, we would be, you didn't put a base. So when you think about the baseline, there's never been like and I'll double check this for Thursday, but I didn't give you a $6 million modernization allocation that you put in my baseline for perpetuity, right? Instead, we proposed to you that we fund it through carryover. And we did that a couple of years ago. So we've been funding modernization through carryover, with one exception. You did put in place something called the COP, and that will expire in October. So there was a one-time certificate of participation that allowed us to also support some of the modernization work as well.
Okay, so can you explain the difference between coming to us for one-time allocations for modernization versus the carryover language?
Sure.
Like, why one and not the other?
So the carryover language is spending money that was appropriated in the year that we're in. It's money that when the revenue forecasting happens, it's not measuring money that's sitting in agencies that was already appropriated by the legislature with revenues from past years, right? So it's The money that's in B&B right now in our accounts was appropriated in the prior budget from prior revenue. So when when the budget, when revenue forecast is coming out and expenses are coming out, that has to balance for the future. But the money that's in the agencies isn't currently counted. And because it's already been allocated, it's already been appropriated. So the reason to do that is it's utilizing money that has already been sent to the agency. It's already been allocated. It's already been appropriated. Just you're changing the purpose. So you sent it to us to spend on positions. Because of the change to Workday last fall, there was a freeze on new hirings over the summer. So we had vacancies that were pretty high, we have a 4% vacancy rate right now, I think. So it's not that high, but we had some vacancies that creates some savings. So this would allow us to carry that over and use that money. Am I messing this up?
Well, it reminds me of, and I understand it's not in your area, but like the state police, it made it in the news a few years ago. There was like $8 million of overtime pay, and that was in all the headlines. But we said, well, that's how those vacancies within the state police, we've held those, and that is actually where those funds go to cover the cost of that overtime, with the goal of keeping those vacancies to be filled so we don't then have to pay the overtime.
Exactly.
Is it a similar concept?
Exactly. So we know this year we have 2.5 million. Next year we might not have any, right? Because if all the positions are filled, then we shouldn't have leftover funds. But we do know this year we've got up to I don't know exactly how much we'll have, but we think we might have around 2.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah.
So in other words, as a summary, this is not new money.
Right.
Okay.
This is money that you guys appropriated to us before that we didn't spend.
Okay. Does this have to go to the table?
No, it doesn't go to the table.
In-
The
yeah.
Okay.
budget, the budget itself would go to the highway table. But you usually exempt it, but that carryover language wouldn't necessarily send it to the table, no.
Okay. Thanks.
Great. Are there any other pieces of information you want for Thursday besides that list of phase 2 and phase 3 that I will bring?
Thanks, Chair. So you think you have approximately 2.5 million in leftover?
I'll get the exact number.
Maybe you have that for
Yes.
Thursday.
Any other questions for the Secretary of State?
Thank
very
you.
much.
Really appreciate your time.
Okay, next on page 10, we have DOT. Starting with reference 39 in administration. Councilperson reallocates the cost of 5 public service coordinator 1 positions from 96% highway and 4% federal within maintenance and operations to 100% administration program highway fund. Initiative also transfers all other personal services and administration highway fund to partially fund or transfer. This is a cost of administration of 559,182 in 27. When we get to maintenance and operations, you'll see the other side of this.
Commissioner, can you come up?
For the committees, I'll have Catherine come up.
Okay, yeah.
For the balancing of funds.
Yeah.
The purposes I'll do, the balancing of funds.
So well, that's kind of the first reason is the
Okay.
purpose.
All
All right.
right.
The
Sorry
music
about
has stopped.
that. Yeah, music can stop, yeah.
So what is this about?
So there's a variety of things as we go through. These are about really realigning those activities. So you'll see human resources, you'll see the director of occupational safety just being removed from one portion of the organization to another portion of the organization. And it's just making sure they're in the right cost center. So we're just moving them from one location to another, one cost center to another.
So what would be the implications if this was voted out?
It won't, other than administration is 100% highway funded and maintenance is 96 and 4%. So there will be a cost to the highway fund. That's part of the balance that Catherine can talk about. So the total amount of money doesn't change. It's just coming now out of the administration account, which is 100% highway fund, not 96, 4%.
Okay. Representative Van Cleese.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Oh. Where
Oh, I'm sorry.
were you? Did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No. I just looked at the wrong member.
Okay. I wanted to ask, just as a whole, aren't all of these initiatives sort of tied together as a reshuffling? So there's not, I feel like it's hard to look at a single one of these in a vacuum, given that you're moving several things around at once. And I remember that during the hearing, you referred to it as mostly revenue neutral. Is it actually revenue neutral or just really close?
It's revenue neutral total. And Catherine can run through that with you, why it's revenue neutral, because I get myself twisted up a little bit because it doesn't completely look to me, but I think Catherine can explain why it's revenue neutral. But there are really two things here with personnel. One is simply we've taken someone that's working in maintenance and operation and moved them to HR. And we've taken somebody from HR and moved them to maintenance and operations. And it's really organizational efficiency, right? Occupational safety person is most efficient, closest to the work. So they're moving from HR into maintenance and operations. There are other HR specialists here that are moving the opposite direction. So it's just putting them in the right buckets and then with the right funds. The other one here, you will see some reorganizations, and most of those are management. There's a couple that are employee initiatives where the job duties have changed over time. So, for instance, there are several technician classes that are increased, and we've self-funded through using other personnel items that we've downgraded in other places. But those are places where our technicians is kind of the jack of all trades at DOT. We have technicians doing lots of things that don't require an engineer, but it requires some technical background. As you might guess, years ago, when a dump truck backed up, a technician might be taking a count of how many dump trucks. We actually have technicians out monitoring and being residents on jobs. So those duties have changed over time. They've expanded over time, plus with technology. There's a lot more technological things with e-plans and other stuff. So the other type of changes you'll see here are us just reclassifying positions to be commensurate with the duties that they have today. So one's organizational, one's reclassification. And as we go through it we'll call those out, which they are.
Thank you.
But overall, they are revenue neutral.
Thank you. We can continue.
Reference 40 on page 10, transfers and reallocates the cost of one public service manager one position from 100% administration highway fund to 96 highway and 4% federal within the maintenance and operations program. Initiative also provides all other and maintenance and operations program to maintain the department's highway fund allocation. And this is a savings of $155,495 and 27 in the administration program. And you'll see the corresponding cost to maintenance when we get to it in a couple pages.
So this is that occupational safety director that was in HR that we've put into M&O to be closer to the work to enhance safety, enhance day-to-day operations. But it's neutral, as you said, both sides are shown here.
And reference 42 on page 11, transfers and reallocates the cost of one office associate 2 position from 100% fleet services program, fleet services fund, to 96% highway and 4% federal within maintenance and operations program. It also transfers all other to personal services and maintenance and operations highway fund to fund the portion of transfer and allocation. And this is a savings to the fleet services fund of $84,497 in 27. And again, we'll see the corresponding other part of this. Then on page 12, I have reference 44. This is Highway and Bridge Capital. Provides legislative count for one engineering aid position for increasing the legislative count from 0.5 to 1. So this is just a position count of a point of 0.5. No
This is
cost
simply a correction.
associated. It's a correction.
There was a correction from the previous bus. It's just a correction.
And then reference 46 and 47 provides funding for the approved reorg of 90 senior tech positions to lead technical positions. This initiative also transfers all other personal services to fund the portion of the reorg allocated to the highway fund. And this is a net cost of 0 to the highway fund. A cost of $391,018.27 to federal expenditures fund, and a cost of $43,468 in other special revenue funds in 27.
This is one of those management initiated reorgs where those duties have changed over time. This is catching up to those duties. It's not new assigned duties, it's duties that have morphed over a period of time. You'll see several technician classes, both in Part A and in Part B. And it's really just budgetary rules, how they landed in each, but they're all part of that same reorganization. Is that accurate?
And next I have references 48, 49, and 50. Provides funding for the approved reorg of one public service manager 2 position for range 30 to 33, and transfers all other personal services to fund the portion of the reorg allocated to the highway fund. This is a net cost of 0 to the highway fund, a cost of $8,139.27 to federal expenditures fund, and a cost of $903.27 to other social revenue funds. Next, I'm on page 14, reference 27 and 28. This is the other side of the reference we saw on page 39, page 10, excuse me, reference 39. Transfers and reallocates the cost of 5 public service coordinator 1 positions from 96 highway and 4% federal within maintenance and operations to 100% administration program. Highway fund initiative also transfers all other to personal services and administration. Highway fund to partially fund the transfer and reallocation. This is a savings to the highway fund in 27 of $559,182 and a savings in federal expenditures of $23,300. The next is reference 29 and 30. This will be the other side of page 10, reference 40 initiative. It transfers and reallocates the cost of one public service manager 1 position, 100% administration program, highway fund to 96% highway and 4% federal within maintenance and operations. Also provides all other funding and maintenance and operations to maintain the department's highway fund allocation. This is a cost to the highway fund of $155,495 in 27. And a cost to federal expenditures fund of $62,019 in 27. The next one is the same initiative as in page 11, reference 42. Transfers and reallocates the cost of one office associate 2 position from 100% fleet services fund to 96% highway fund and 4% federal fund with the maintenance and operations program. It also transfers all other to personal services to fund that portion of the transfer and reallocation. A net cost of 0 to the highway fund in 27, and the cost of $3,380 in 27 to federal expenditures fund. And then next is reference 34 at the bottom. Provides funding for the approved reorg of 90 senior tech positions to lead technical positions. The initiative also transfers all other personal services to fund the portion of the reorg allocated to the highway fund. So there's a net cost of 0 to the highway fund, And then reference 35 on page 36. On page 16, sorry, there is a cost of $7,321 to federal expenditures. Next, on 17, I have reference 55, provides funding to align allocations with projected expenditures and available resources. This is the transportation, multimodal transportation fund. This is other special revenue funds, cost of $743, $753 and 26, and $1,818 to 21 and 27.
Commissioner, could you comment on the reference 55, the allocation for multimodal?
It's just revenue forecast.
Oh, yeah, that was just a revenue forecast adjustment.
Thank you.
And it was to the opposite direction. So I had a blank there a second.
So the Secretary of State's office, or the BMV more directly, puts away money that isn't spent in the fiscal year, right?
Mhm.
To fund their modernization. Is there a way for DOT to do a similar thing? So if we get a revenue forecast that updates and we get some extra money, can we put that into a carryover fund that we can use in subsequent years?
We can put it in a variety of things. We always have needs, and we run our capital. Let's talk about the capital program in a minute. And Catherine, please poke me if I misspeak. But we run a capital program on a cash flow basis. That's always, and we use federal funds and something called advanced construction to use state funds to balance the two. When we're a little short with capital funds, with federal funds, we use advanced construction and use state funds to pay those. So we're always balancing back and forth. Yes, there are ways that we can manage if there were additional funds in our cash flow to manage our cash better and to manage it more effectively and put projects out quicker. We really wouldn't have to bankroll it for the future. We would use it quickly.
The only thing I'd add is that we actually already do that. There's statutory provisions that allow our, many of our, like the highway bridge account is carrying, which means it doesn't lapse at the end of the year. And then there's also statutory language, what I think Representative Perry is quite familiar with, that at the end of the year, everything over $100,000 in the highway fund goes back to highway and bridge programs. So the state has done that as well for DOT.
Yeah, I just think with what's the word I want to use? Difficult times coming, it would be good if we could stagger some money. Representative Parry and then Representative Van Gleason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I was going to mention that part about the that carry language, but it's also because we're 130 million short. So there is no extra money to put in a fund because we're already behind. And that's just in the work plan that you built. That's not counting the 180 million a year that we're short in what we should be doing. Is that correct? Thank you.
We can go back and we've talked before about the kind of Bruce's old MacGyver mode, just kind of managing the decline of the system. Then we've talked about just prudent, that center prudent investment and then aspirational. And it really gets to that. And I think we talked about when we went through the work plan that we're below that pragmatic progress. We're halfway between there. This work plan that was in front of you is partway between there and MacGyver. So we're already under investing, and especially around bridges. We should have a conversation about that at some point. We are in a decline and we need to invest more in our bridges. So hard times are coming, understood, but also we're not investing adequately as it is today. So it's not something we would need to bankroll. Again, as Catherine said, we manage on a cash flow basis. We use federal funds and state funds back and forth every day. And when one comes in, we manage to one, then we manage to the other. And it's really shooting in between. So it's all those things.
Representative Van Gleason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I just quickly on reference 55, is the other special revenue funds that you're aligning with the revenue reforecast, is that OSR, the multimodal transportation fund itself?
I believe so.
Okay, that I'm
Yep.
just clearing that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any language?
There are some reclassifications on page
Oh, wait a minute.
19.
There's,
Most of these are self-funded, so in other words, they're transferring all other to personal services to pay for it. And I believe, again, these are just reclassifications of employees. I think. So the federal expenditures has a small cost. There's OSR that has a small cost. That's in highway and bridge capital. Then in maintenance and operations, the highway fund piece is self-funded. Turning to the next page, there's the federal expenditures is also self-funded. And then we get to language.
so the total of page 19 and 20 is $30,000.
Yes,
$2,000 this year, 30 grand next year.
and it's all, it's all federal and OSR. There's no highway fund net cost.
Okay.
To Part B.
And to just go back to everything up to page 18, that's 743,000 and 2.4 million next year
Yes, for DOT,
with all
with
the,
all funds.
yeah, with
yeah.
all the pluses and minuses.
Yeah. So
Okay.
the highway fund. Of course, it's 3-hole punch through, but I think it says 0 and 27.
And I don't have one with it. Catherine just punched differently. Good. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, that wasn't by accident.
All right, language?
Yep.
Okay, we have part E. I'm gonna let the department explain what happened with this, because there's a reason why this is in here, something that became unclear over who was supposed to, between AFA and transportation, who was supposed to approve a financial order that was an emergency.
I'll start and then I think Catherine has some more details. This really came, a number of things highlighted it, but this year with the 35-day federal shutdown really highlighted it, where we were trying to pay, as you can imagine, end of the summer, September's coming, beautiful weather last summer. We have contractors catching up across the state. And I mentioned earlier, we run on cash flow, not a bank account. Not every project has a bank account in it. We try to understand what those projects consume in cash, partly due to inflation and other things. I think I've talked about, we try to run at the treetops, right? Because every day we hold money, that money deflates, especially during the previous inflationary period. So we kind of move along at the treetops, and all of a sudden the federal government has a 35-day shutdown. We have mechanisms inside the department, and we have savings inside the department. We also have times the some accounts expend, like maintenance expends heavily during the winter and less in the summer. We had the cash to pay those vendor bills coming in, but in some cases they were in the wrong account, and we wanted to be able to borrow for that account, make those payments, and then move that money back. And as she mentioned, there was an issue around two things. One, who a financial order to move from one account to another to kind of bridge that federal gap, who actually approves that financial order. And more importantly, there's a 30-day waiting period, and who can waive that waiting period. For the general fund, it's clear, it's appropriations. The language is squishier, I think. Maybe we interpreted it one way, I was interpreted a different way, that would be with you. So this clarifies that when we need to make a financial order quickly to pay the bills for something, could have been another federal shutdown, but it could be the hurricane that shows up that nobody expected, or we get two in a summer. Maybe one we absorb, two we can't. How do we manage within our funds, like any corporation would, to make sure we're paying our bills, keeping our contractors working? Not paying bills to contractors in Maine is not a good thing. I mean, we have some good competition now through my career that's gone up and down. Now we have some decent competition throughout the state. Putting any of those contractors who run on a pretty fine margin, especially the small ones, in any jeopardy will just cost us more in the long run. Catherine, do you want to? Okay.
I would just add, if Senator Farren was here, he would emphasize this point that it costs us as a state more, the less competition we have, and the way that we manage competition with these contractors is by making sure that we can pay them for the work that they do. Also, this committee, in requesting that ability to transfer funds, it was denied because this language was missing this past fall. So it would be necessary if that circumstance were to repeat.
Absolutely. Or at least with people's current interpretation. I think we interpret it a little differently, but this will clarify that.
So does that mean we're going to have to come in during the off time and approve financial?
In those very odd cases, I would say yes.
You would only have to come in, I think, to waive, if you wanted to waive.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Actually, the waiver.
I don't think, in the time I've been in here, I don't think that circumstance has ever come up. This was the first time.
Right. We've always been able to avoid it. This long federal shutdown probably really just highlighted it because it was much longer than we inspected. And actually, we were wondering, we were thinking, people were thinking across the country that it wasn't going to be 35 days. It might be 60. It might have been to the beginning of the year. And again, it was highlighted by a summer of very productive. We've been concerned that our contractors were snow plowing some work because we had some wet summer. Well, they actually caught up this year and the bills went through the fall and into late fall higher. I have a similar concern anytime we have a large event or 2 or 3 events back to back. You can imagine when roads are plugged with trees and everything else and power lines, it's a hopscotch between us and CMP or us and Versant. We go clear until we hit a power line, they clear the power line. We go clear until they can't clear fast enough and we can't clear the power line. So it becomes essential to public health, essential to the economy that we're able to move quickly and pay contractors and pay vendors. So the shutdown definitely highlighted it, but it's an issue that could come up in the future. We've just always been able to avoid it because of our margins.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, any more lines?
The last piece of language is actually related to public safety. And it is carryover language, allowing them to transfer money from personal services to all other, that's F1. And then in F2, it is allowing them to transfer $16,450 from personal services to capital expenditures for various reasons.
Go ahead.
Is anything from part F related to stuff that when we were doing our report back for the general fund budget that we recommended out?
I don't believe so, but I don't, you could probably ask the commissioner that on Thursday just to make sure.
Okay.
I think they both left because I had forgotten there was this language in here. I should have brought it up when they were here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there was also a number change. Wasn't there a different number? It wasn't 304, it was 320 or something like that in the language in part F.
That could be, I don't remember off the top of my head, but you could, again, probably just clarify with the commissioner. Sorry, I should have gone through this one when they were here.
Because that's one I think you brought up, that it was a different number from the AFA sheet to our sheet was a different. Yeah.
The commissioner's testimony just put it at
That should be
320,614.
Okay, then we can make that change when you do actually vote on the budget.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much, Suzanne.
Okay,
and we'll see you on Thursday.
yes, I will be here.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 2:30. Before moving into our confirmation hearings, we do need to, I would entertain a motion to table LD 2213.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling 2022-213? Unanimous of those present. Thank you. All right, we are going to move into our confirmation hearings this afternoon. We have the confirmation hearings for William Benson, Thomas Zook, and Jane Lincoln regarding the Maine Turnpike Authority, and we will begin with Mr. Benson. He's joining us remotely. Yeah. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. William Benson of Gorham for the appointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor's representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Senator Nangle for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend confirmation of Mr. William Benson of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors.
The chair now recognizes Commissioner Doughty for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Nagel, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Dale Doughty. I am the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. I am here today on behalf of Governor Mills to speak in support of the nomination of William Benson for appointment as a member of the Maine Turnpike Authority Board. As outlined in statute, the board consists of 7 members and include the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, 2 at-large members who are residents of the state of Maine, and 4 members from each county of York, Cumberland, Androscoggin, and Kennebec counties. Mr. Benson is nominated to serve in the seat which requires that the nomination be represented by Cumberland County. William Benson is a graduate of the University of New Hampshire and earned an MA from Tennessee Technical College. He served 24 years in active duty in the Army, retired as a colonel in 2014. He currently serves as the Director of Security Operations Support for Maine Health. Previously, he served as the Executive Director of Boots to Roots and owned a business, B&T Millworks. In addition to his professional work, he has served Gorham as a member of the school board, the Board of Appeals, and is currently on the planning board. Mr. Benson's diverse professional and community service background make him a valuable addition to Maine Turnpike Authority, and on the behalf of Governor Mills, I urge you to support his nomination. I would be happy to answer any questions. I did spend probably 3 or 4 months ago, I spent an hour having coffee, or maybe 2 hours having coffee with Mr. Benson, just talking about his views on transportation, his views on the economy, and found him to be very open-minded, very progressive, and I concur with the governor's nomination.
Thank you, Commissioner. The chair would ask if any members of the committee have questions at this time. Seeing none, thank you for being here. The chair will now recognize Mr. William Benson for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Mr. Benson, if you are online and could just accept the invitation to be promoted to a panelist or from a panelist.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can, we're just waiting for your video to come through.
I apologize for not being there in person. I am currently in Florida.
Oh, no worries. Thank you for joining us remotely.
Mr. Benson, is it possible that you can turn on your camera?
Yeah. So I'm on borrowed technology. Let's see. Normally it just comes on, so I'm confused as to why it's not.
Is there a start video option at the bottom of your screen?
I do not see one.
Okay, let's just continue with audio. You are welcome to provide any remarks you have.
Sure. I just want to introduce myself. Thanks to Dale for the introduction. I was originally contacted by Mo Terry last summer, expressed interest, or she described to me that this position might be opening. I then talked with Representative McLean, and subsequently we had several conversations with him about the mission of the Maine Turnpike Authority and how I might lend my services. Had a great conversation with then I believe Acting Commissioner Mr. Dowdy, who just introduced me, and really piqued my interest that I had something to offer, and also that it was important work to be doing. I'm a believer in public service, taking an active role in local government. Obviously, there have been several issues recently, most notably the one on the quote unquote Gorham connector that impacts the town that I live in. And as a former small business owner, and in my work with Boots to Roots as the executive director, which was primarily focused on assisting veterans find work in Maine. So I've been connected to the business community in a number of different roles and positions, and understand the value that the Maine Turnpike specifically, but more in general, the road service and transportation network across Maine plays in our economy. So I'm really excited about being able to help find solutions and a way forward to make our community more productive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benson. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say hello to Mr. Benson. I used to actually work for Veterans and Legal Affairs when you came before us, and served on it. But my question was having learned a lot about the program that you spearheaded, Boots to Roots, how will you use those skills and in what ways to serve on the MTA board?
So there's a lot of ways, specifically Boots to Roots and my role as executive director was a job I had never had before. I'd never been a nonprofit, had never had to collaborate with other nonprofits, and the Boots to Roots, I was the first employee, so we had never sought any government funding before or gone before a legislative body. So the development of those, the grants that we applied for, our work with the Department of Economic and Community Development, our work with the other nonprofits across the state, I think gave me the insight and helped refine the tools to work collaboratively and to find solutions to existing problems. I mean, that's really what Boots to Roots was all about. I don't want to go in the whole mission of Boots to Roots, but we were all about helping to provide not only a pathway for veterans to find success in Maine, but also to help Maine's workforce. And that's serving a needed mission in the state. It's also a needed mission serving veterans, but you can't do that yourself. I was the only employee of the organization when we started. And so in order to make that organization more impactful, we had to go and identify stakeholders and allies across Maine, whether in the nonprofit community, in state government, or with businesses, and to talk to them, to find out what their needs were, and to be value added. And ultimately, that's what Booster Roots was. It's why it's continued to be successful. It's why the Maine state government recently voted to support it financially. So I think I can bring those skills to the Maine Turnpike Authority, being able to identify the solutions to problems that Maine has, and work collaboratively to get that done.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Benson. Any other questions from the committee? Oh, Senator Nangle.
Mr. Benson, thanks for your statement and thanks for being here today. Question I have is, would you ever have a problem voting against the recommendation of the Turnpike Authority management?
Absolutely not. So as executive director, I routinely had to go against recommendations that maybe the board of directors in Booster Roots wanted us to move in a different direction, and I had to be able to explain why and to go in a different direction. But in my role, in my public role, either on the board of directors for the school committee or in the planning board, on the school board specifically, we're often provided recommendations from the superintendent and the school staff, and routinely have to say no or to give additional guidance and go in a different direction. So I think that's actually an important part of the role of the board of directors is to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Mr. Benson, thank you for your community service and your willingness to step up for this board. We appreciate your comments. The chair will now take comments from persons attending the hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but does not wish to speak should submit the statement through the committee clerk. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Please sign in at the rostrum. Speak from the rostrum, state your name and place of residence. Any panelists online will be promoted to panelist, and comments are only to concern the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position. All other comments will be considered out of order, and please remain at the podium until after you've completed your statements and members of the committee have had an opportunity to ask questions. First, is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone to speak against the nomination? Is there anyone else present who would like to speak on the nomination? Is there anyone online? All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments. I don't believe we have any. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for Mr. William Benson of Gorham for the appointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Senator Nangle.
I would prefer to wait at least the 15 minutes. So, yeah.
Are you requesting?
Yeah. No, I just, I would. We have to take 15 minutes. I would like to take that 15 minutes.
Okay.
So we can do the other confirmation hearings. and then come back.
Okay, we will move on to the confirmation of Ms. Jane Lincoln of Farmingdale. This is the public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Jane Lincoln of Farmingdale for the reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chair of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor's representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Senator Nangle for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend confirmation of Ms. Jane Lincoln of Farmingdale for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors.
The chair now recognizes Commissioner Dowdy for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good afternoon, Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Dale Dowdy. I am the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. I'm here today on behalf of Governor Mills to speak in support of the nomination of Jane L. Lincoln of Farmingdale for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. As outlined in statute, the board consists of 7 members, includes the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, 2 at-large members who are residents of the state of Maine, and 4 members from each county: York, Cumberland, Androscoggin, Kennebec. Ms. Lincoln first appointed in 2020 to fill the remainder of the term of John Doherty, who passed away a few months after being reappointed. She serves in the seat designated for representation as a representative of Kennebec County. Jane Lincoln is graduate of the University of Maine and completed graduate work at the University of Maine in Augusta. Additionally, she participated in Harvard University Senior Executives in State and Local Government Program in Maine. In Maine Development Foundation Leadership Program, and received a certificate of mediation from the University of Southern Maine. She has more than 30 years of relevant experience that have made her an ideal candidate for this position, beginning with her time as a special assistant in the governor's office of Joe Brennan, where her responsibilities included serving as an advisor on transportation issues. In 1994, she joined the department where she stayed for 18 years in positions increasing authority and responsibility, culminating as a stint as acting commissioner before leaving and becoming chief of staff in the office of Governor Baldacci. Since retiring at the end of Governor Baldacci's term, she has remained an active in numerous charitable and civic endeavors. Jane Lincoln's vast experience and knowledge of Maine's entire transportation system make her ideal person to help the Maine Turnpike Authority continue its mission and face the challenges ahead. On behalf of Governor Mills, I urge you to unanimously support her nomination, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Chair would ask if any members of the committee have questions for Commissioner Dowdy. Seeing none, thank you for being here. The chair now recognizes Ms. Jane Lincoln for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good afternoon. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Jane Lincoln, and I'm here today to discuss my nomination or renomination to serve on the Board of Directors of the Maine Turnpike Authority, representing Kennebec County. I first would like to thank Governor Mills for her confidence in nominating me again to this important position. I'm honored to be considered by this committee. It's been my privilege to serve on the MTA board since February of 2020, where I'm currently serving as vice chair. The Maine Turnpike Authority powers Maine's economy by connecting customers, communities, and commerce through a safe, reliable, efficient, and ready toll system. As a member of the board, we provide high-level oversight in the Turnpike's operations, maintenance, and construction. Over the past 6 years, I've enjoyed working with other board members and many of the MTA professionals toward the common purpose of a high-quality toll road system that meets the needs of all travelers and makes meaningful contributions to Maine's economy. Regarding my background, and as the commissioner mentioned, I worked nearly 34 years in state government, and it's been very useful for me in fulfilling my role on the Turnpike. I was Chief of Staff to Governor Baldacci for 8 years, previously served in various management positions at the Maine Department of Transportation over 22 years, primarily as Deputy Commissioner. Overseeing budget and financial management, I also did legislative relations, policy and program development, long-term planning and communications, among other things. In my professional capacities, I was fortunate to gain experience about the inner workings of government, executive management, strategic thinking, public policy development, budget and finance, and communications. I learned the importance of government institutions openly engaging the public, the effective stewardship of public funds, openness to finding new ways of solving old problems, and strong collaboration between all levels of government, business, and customers. I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the many MTA employees for their hard work and dedication. They strive to keep the Turnpike safe during storms, greet travelers with a smile, help achieve excellent marks for maintenance and overall system condition, and for the MTA being among the top turnpikes in the country for bond ratings. Should you accept my nomination, I look forward to playing some small part in addressing the goals and challenges of the Turnpike in the future. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Lincoln. Any questions from the committee? Senator Nangle.
I'm going to ask the same question of everybody. Would you ever vote against Turnpike Management's recommendations?
If it was the right thing to do, of course.
Mhm.
I would add, however, that, and I can speak, to management now and going forward, my experience has been that there is great time and effort given to educating the board, spending time to resolve problems, and trying to move a consensus opinion going forward. With that said, however, if I disagreed, I would absolutely do that.
So I'm just looking at the Turnpike Authority Board and meetings. I don't see any. It looks like the only way you could listen to the board meeting is during the MTA meeting. There's no ability for somebody to listen to an archived board meeting.
I know that the meetings are they archived and they can be listened to?
They're recorded. We are adding video and audio, which you should see in the next couple.
Okay.
I would just bring our conversation to the suitability of the candidate. Any additional questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone with a written statement who does not wish to speak can submit those to the committee clerk. All of those statements shall contain the name and address, name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Please sign in on the testimony sign-in sheet at the podium. Please speak from the rostrum and state your name and place of residence. Persons participating electronically will be called upon. Please be at which time they will be promoted to panelists. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain at the podium after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. Director Briere, welcome.
Thank you. Senator Nagel, Representative Crafts, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. I'm Andre Briere, for the record, Executive Director of the Maine Turnpike Authority. I'm here to voice my strong support for the reappointment of Jane L. Lincoln to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. Since her initial appointment in February of 2020 as a representative from Kennebec County and her subsequent elevation to vice chair in November of 2024, Jane has demonstrated exceptional leadership, deep institutional knowledge, and a steadfast commitment to advancing Maine's transportation infrastructure. During her tenure, she's presided over the board through a period of significant transition, including a successful leadership change. I guess modestly, I'll call it successful, from one executive director to another. Her steady guidance ensured continuity and stability at a critical time for the authority. At the risk of repeating the excellent introduction by Commissioner Dowdy, I'll just say that her proven leadership, deep expertise in transportation policy, and unwavering dedication to public service make her an invaluable asset to our board. And I strongly endorse her reappointment so she can continue guiding the authority through challenges and opportunities ahead. And I'll just second Ms. Lincoln's comments to say that I feel incredibly fortunate. Not only that every board member brings unique skill set and abilities to the board, but that their contributions make our decisions better. The instances where we actually have disagreements are rare. What is much more common is that they improve our decisions and our proposals to the board. So I thank you for your time, and I stand ready for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you. We will take anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the nomination? Anyone else who wishes to speak on the nomination? Anyone? All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments, of which we don't have any, the vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for Ms. Jane Lincoln of Farmingdale for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. If there's no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Jane Lincoln of Farmingdale for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative White. Yay. Representative White, yay. Representative Mason is absent at this time. Representative Ankleys.
Yay.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Pearce is absent. Senator Farren is absent. Senator Nangle.
Yay.
Senator Nangle, yay. Representative Crafts.
Yay.
Representative Crafts, yay. Representative Perry.
Yay.
Representative Perry, yay. Representative Eden.
Yes.
Representative Eden, yes. Representative Ray.
Yes.
Representative Ray, yay. Representative Albert.
Yay.
Representative Albert, yay. Representative Montel.
Yes.
Representative Montel, yay. Representative Bishop.
Yay.
Representative Bishop, yay.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it's the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation that the nomination of Ms. Jane Lincoln of Farmingdale for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors be confirmed. Congratulations. We will move on to the public hearing for the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Thomas Zook of Saco for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online, and that a recording of the meeting will be archived. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Senator Nangle for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend confirmation of Mr. Thomas Zook of Saco for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors.
The chair now recognizes Commissioner Doughty for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. My name is Dale Doughty. I'm the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Transportation. I am here today on behalf of Governor Mills to speak in support of the nomination of Thomas Zook of Saco for reappointment as a member of the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. As outlined in statute, the board consists of 7 members. That includes the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, 2 at-large members who are residents of the state of Maine, and 4 members one each from York, Cumberland, Androscoggin, and Kennebec counties. Thomas Zook of Saco serves in the seat which requires a nomination as a representative of the county, York County. Mr. Zook is a member of the Maine Turnpike Authority Board since 2017. He's a graduate of Bentley College with a degree in accounting and has been a certified public accountant since 1990. He is currently Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Kennebunk Savings Bank. Previously, he held executive management positions at Wentworth Douglas Hospital in Dover, New Hampshire, Martins Point Healthcare, and Androscoggin Bank. He began his professional career as a CPA and a KPMG and Baker Newman both in Portland. In addition to his membership on MTA, he serves on the Board of Directors and Finance Committee of the United Way of Greater Portland and the Board of Directors for Southern Maine Healthcare in Biddeford. You've heard several nominations today. The board has a broad diversity. Executive Director Briere also mentioned it. There are several former deputy commissioners for the Maine Department of Transportation. There are people that their professional career is in transit. There are people in lots of backgrounds. Mr. Zook is in finance, as you can see, and is very helpful to the board as we contemplate things like insurance and investment strategies. On behalf of Governor Mills, I urge you to support the nomination of Thomas Zook of Saco. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Thomas Zook for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Nagel, Representative Crafts, fellow members of the Joint Committee. My name is Thomas Zook from Saco, and I'm here today to discuss my reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors. I would like to thank the governor for reappointing me, as well as the committee for considering me for the position. I'm a lifelong resident of Saco and York County. I understand the importance of the Maine Turnpike as an economic engine for the state. I am a regular commuter on the Turnpike. I have experience on many boards, including United Way of Greater Portland, Southern Maine Healthcare, Maine Medical Center. I have been in various management capacities. Currently, I am, as Dale noted, Executive Vice President of Finance at Kennebunk Savings Bank. I am a CPA. I have been a member of the board since 2017, and I welcome the opportunity for another term on the board. Thank you.
The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions for the nominee. Senator Nangle.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate your willingness to step up again. Would you, or have you ever voted against the recommendations of Turnpike Management?
I have, and I would in the future if
Okay.
it.
And I see that you're a
determined
CPA. Do you do math and pen?
necessary. Sometimes.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zook, for being here.
Thank you.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for and against the nomination. Those who wish to speak may sign at the podium. First, we will take anyone here to speak in favor of the nomination.
Good afternoon again. Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation. Again, for the record, Andre Briere, Executive Director of the MTA. I'm here to express my strong support for the reappointment of Tom Zook to the MTA Board of Directors. Since his appointment in 2017, he's brought exceptional financial expertise and strategic insight to the authority, ensuring that every decision is grounded in fiscal responsibility and long-term sustainability. On the board, he consistently evaluates our projects through a financial lens, ensuring that investments are sound and resources are used efficiently. His expertise has been invaluable in guiding us through complex financial decisions and maintaining our strong fiscal position. His deep financial knowledge, proven leadership, and commitment to responsible stewardship make him an indispensable member of the Maine Turnpike Authority Board. I strongly endorse his reappointment so he can continue providing the financial oversight and strategic guidance that are critical to the authority's success. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else present who would like to testify in favor of the nomination? Anyone to testify against the nomination? Anyone else who wishes to speak on the nomination? Any panelists? Any remote? No. All public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We have seen the written material. We'll vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation for Mr. Thomas Zook of Saco for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. There's no objection. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Thomas Zook of Saco for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative White? Yeah. Representative White, yay. Representative Mason is absent. Representative Van Cleese?
Yay.
Senator Van Cleese, yay. Senator Peirce is absent. Senator Farren is absent. Senator Nangle?
Yay.
Senator Nangle, yay. Representative Crafts?
Yay.
Representative Crafts, yay. Representative Perry?
Yes.
Representative Perry, yay. Representative Eaton?
Yay.
Representative Eaton, yay. Representative Ray?
Yes.
Representative Ray, yay. Representative Albert?
Yay.
Representative Albert, yay. Representative Montel?
Yes.
Representative Montel, yay. And Representative Bishop?
Yay.
Representative Bishop, yay.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it's the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation that the nomination of Mr. Thomas Suk of Saco for reappointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors be confirmed. Congratulations.
Dr. Benson.
We will return to the nomination of Mr. William Benson. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. William Benson of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
All right. Representative Voigt.
Yay.
Representative Voigt, yay. Representative Mason is absent. Representative Ankleys.
Yay.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Pearce is absent. Senator Farren is absent. Representative Nangle.
Vote.
Senator Nangle.
Yay.
Senator on mic, Nangle, yay. Representative Crafts.
Yay.
Representative Crafts, yay. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yay. Representative Eaton.
Yes.
Representative Eaton, yay. Representative Ray.
Yes.
Representative Ray, yay. Representative Albert.
Yay.
Representative Albert, yay. Representative Montel.
Yes.
Representative Montel, yay. And Representative Bishop.
Yay.
Representative Bishop, yay.
10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it's the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Transportation that the nomination of Mr. William Benson of Gorham for appointment to the Maine Turnpike Authority Board of Directors be confirmed. Congratulations.
The confirmations being complete, we're going to take a break and return at 3:30.
This is quick.
Yeah, that's true.
Spirit, you listen. Oh, thank you for starting over. Excellent. Oh, would you like some more?
No.
No.
Email just comes back.
She is, did you go to school with her?
I did not shoot all.
She has left his office. I will give you, say it's Kevin.
Kevin, what's that? Shall we? You can if you want.
What do you guys have left? What do you do? What did they caucus?
I have no idea. We got language.
Okay. Welcome back. The committee is going to take up the report back pursuant to Resolve 2025, Chapter C77. Thank you, Melanie, for being here.
Yeah, this is just a space for you all to discuss if you want to do a committee bill. The committee does have authority to report out a bill based on receipt of the towing industry report from the Secretary of State. Something discussed after the presentation was, can an action of the committee be delayed into next year? So not do anything this year, but give the committee next year authority to report out a bill. I have some sample language for you all that Andy can pass on. I want to be clear, you do not have to do this. This is just kind of in response to what can you do to, is it a possibility to report out a bill that says push it off till next year? And this is the answer to that. So you do not have to do this at all. And to be clear, this is unallocated language. All it's saying is that whatever committee has jurisdiction over transportation, they're authorized to report out legislation to the 133rd legislature in 2027 based on the recommendations in the report submitted pursuant to the resolve that you passed last session. That's all it says. And again, this would be a committee bill. Essentially, if the committee wants to do a committee bill, there would be a procedural vote and just saying, yes, we want to initiate a committee bill. At this point is recommended to have it go to the floor rather than come back to the committee. The bill, I believe it was 2191 for biennial inspection for national rental car companies. That was an example of a committee bill that was referred back to the committee to have the public hearing, to have the work session. Based on where we are in session, it makes sense to have it go to the floor, but the committee would be reviewing the language before that bill, whatever got approved to go to the floor. So it would be a language review, like if there was like an amendment. The difference being you're not actually voting on the substance of what's in the bill. You're voting on, yes, this is our bill, but you voting for it is not necessarily the committee's position on the policy.
So we can allow the Transportation Committee and the 133rd to report out a bill.
Yes, it can be as simple as this language.
Okay. Are they compelled to do that?
Nope, it's just, it gives them that authority.
Okay.
So I guess the way to think about this too is there's no way for any of us to know what bills are going to be submitted by any other legislator next year or the agency itself. So if no action was taken and the committee next year was incredibly interested in wanting to pursue this issue to continue the work that was brought up this session, this gives the committee that ability should there be no other vehicle.
Okay.
And it would allow the working group to continue doing their work, or that's a separate direction?
That would need to be stated, and I guess that's the question for the committee, whether you want to reconvene the working group to continue to study this issue.
Okay, Representative Perry.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that my issue was, I thought there was, I mean, the Department of Motor Vehicles did a great job on trying to put all the stuff together. There was so much in there, and I think there's some things that before we actually get legislation need to be tweaked. My thought was, and it's up to the committee, that I don't know if a letter would suffice to ask the Department of Motor Vehicles to continue outreach. I don't know what the wording should be, but to keep working and not have a working group, but just keep working with the towing community and the industry to kind of tweak the areas that still need a little bit of work and then, you know, come up with something for next year.
Senator Nangle and then White.
I mean, they've already presented us with legislation. What areas need to be tweaked? You know what I'm saying?
It was so, it's.
I get what you're saying. I
huge
know.
Bill that there were so many ifs, this and a lot of technical
Mhm.
stuff, that technical changes and technical rule changes, and it was missing a lot of that. I think when you have an actual bill, I think a lot of that gets worked out.
I agree that we probably don't have time to take up all of it, right? There is something that I, again, will ask the committee to consider. But I don't think we can just tell the committee to go back and tweak everything to make it work without giving them direction. Do you know what I mean? Like, they've already given us something that they feel is a good product. How do we tell them to tweak it? And this is for them as well. I mean, we're talking to them as well.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Can we go to Representative White and then if you have an answer?
Along that lines, I believe that we are way too late in session to address the massive amount of information that was presented the other day. And we can delegate this to the next session. They have the option of taking it up or not at that point. I don't believe that we can burden them with continuing this working group that's already completed their work. But I believe that there is plenty of information there for the next legislature to dive into and work through, especially if it's being addressed early in the next session. I think that there's definitely some issues that need to be looked at, but this is a very broad spectrum proposal that really needs to be worked diligently to come out with something that would be, really beneficial to the people of Maine. So I think that I'd make a motion to go with this language as it is, but I'm not going to make that motion yet. But
Okay.
I will when it's
Yeah.
when we're done discussing.
I don't disagree that there is a lot to this bill and that we should leave it to the next committee to beat it around and make it better or explain things, get better explanations of what the impact is. Secretary Bellows, do you want to come up?
While she's coming up, Representative Perry and then Representative Bishop.
I guess my question too is there anything, I mean, we have this language so that we have a vehicle or the next committee has a vehicle. Is there anything that restricts the Department of Motor Vehicles, Secretary of State's office on submitting a bill in October or whatever that's like this, similar to this? They can do that if they wish.
Yeah, I can provide 2 points of clarity. So to answer your question, Representative Perry, the department is able to submit a bill. So there is a possibility that the department submits a bill addressing this issue, and then that bill would have a public hearing and then be worked. Another thing that I wanted to highlight, this is just to initiate the committee bill process. And so say that the department didn't submit a bill or no other legislator submitted a bill, and so there's no bill before transportation considering this issue, and the committee's like, we need to address this issue. We have authority under this to submit a bill. It's that committee bill, it goes to the committee bill process again. The committee has a choice to refer the bill back to itself to have the public hearing, to have the work session. So there is an opportunity for, if there are issues it will still have a public hearing, it will still have a work session, if this is the route in which this issue is considered in the future.
Representative Bishop.
Thank you. That's my big thing is a specific set of language that there's a public hearing on, that the industry, the public, the consumer, everyone gets a public hearing on something that is crystal clear. And given our timeline, like we've discussed and seem to agree on, that is a very tight timeline for this year. So a reasonable and responsible path that allows that to happen, that doesn't set the 133rd committee up for any form of failure to inherit a problem. Thank you.
Welcome, Secretary Bellows.
Good afternoon, Senator Nangle, Representative Crafts, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Shanna Bellows. I'm Secretary of State.
So you have an amendment that you'd like to distribute?
Yeah, so as a reminder, the working group came out of LD 831, which was Senator Marion Moore's bill around, that actually originally I think went to HHS, around abandonment of vehicles for people who are involuntary committed to mental institutions. And there had been a concern, some sort of constituent concern about that. So at the request of the chair, we pulled out just the language that dealt with that issue. And I will circulate that for you. And I will say, to Representative Perry and Representative White's point and Representative Bishop's point, we'd be happy to keep working with the towing industry over the summer. I think the one portion of the bill that probably needs a little more work with the towing industry is the proposed section 1864. It is what's in rulemaking and what's not. So because this would be, the working group bill was a new regulatory structure, much like dealers or recyclers or driver ed schools. And so from that perspective, we could certainly convene even without, you don't have to make it a formal group. You can just send us a letter and say, please keep working on it. And I do think that one area of the omnibus bill, in terms of feedback that I heard from stakeholders, that was an area they wanted us to keep working. But this amendment proposes, just to walk you through, this amendment would say, if the towing or storage facility has knowledge or has been notified by the Secretary of State that the owner of vehicle is unable to claim their vehicle within the notice period, which is the 14 days, due to circumstances beyond their control, such as hospitalization, incarceration, military deployment, serious illness, or similarly unavoidable situations at any time during the applicable 14-day period, the time allowed for the owner to retrieve the vehicle and pay all reasonable charges is extended for an additional 30 days. And so that then carries down below in terms of the change of ownership. So it basically says if that's been granted, that the Secretary of State, if you go down to the next section, may not issue a letter of ownership or certificate of title until 51 days, which would be the extra 30 plus the 21, on which the person who has possession and control over the vehicle notified by the Secretary of State, it transfers to the towing company basically. And then in terms of limits, that language then also transfers down to the section on limits. So this is an option. It's a piece pulled, basically tried to pull out the concept out of the omnibus bill, if it's something you wanted to do. And if not, we're committed to this issue regardless. I mean, the agency is.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. I just want to, there's a little bit of a procedural issue I'm feeling stuck on. So LD 831 was Senator Moore's bill asking, initially, I think it came to transportation. We referred it to HHS. They held a public hearing. I can't quite recall all of the details of how that turned into this, but that happened. Now we're considering language that I co-sponsored Senator Moore's bill, so I'm on board with that, but this committee didn't hold that public hearing. So I'm a little bit confused, like we would be creating a new bill at this point to put the intention of Senator Moore's old bill into a live vehicle.
So this.
No
Pardon
pun,
the
no
pun.
pun intended.
Yeah, for example, like this would be the committee, a potential committee bill, the committee votes to possibly initiate. Lots of ifs, but
Okay.
yes,
So
so
my
it could be this.
And LD 831, just to be very clear, it was placed in the dead file. So LD 831 no longer exists.
No, yeah, and you have, this was, for this committee, it was LD 1377, and you did receive a memo from at the committee on HHS, kind of describing why they voted ought not to pass, and because they wanted to allow this to be studied further, this particular issue.
Okay, Representative Bishop.
I got a lot of questions now after that. Thank you. But the purpose when I originally raised my hand was to ask, how do you think you would be notified of those circumstances? What sort of like notification process would, and that's a whole nother thing that would have to be implemented. So like, I think you're on a very reasonable page. I'm just worried about the implementation of appropriate notice given to your office.
Yeah. So the language doesn't specify, and that's certainly, I think that's a reasonable question. And I think that we'd have to develop some sort of process and rule or procedure if it's not spelled out in statute. Presumably someone, an advocate or a family member could contact us and say, my family member has been, or, involuntarily committed. They can't get their car right now. But to be honest, we just say has been notified or has knowledge, and that is a broad term. It is true. So it's not, the statute doesn't say by X, Y, or Z. And so I think it would probably fall to us to do rulemaking to try to figure it out.
Representative Angeles.
So in theory, if this committee were to have that bill, report out a bill making this proposal, we could still hash that out in a public hearing setting where like, wouldn't there be time for that? I mean, because it would be a new bill that we just generated. I'm just asking.
I think what Melanie's guidance was to have committee bills go to the floor.
Yeah, I think at this point in session, I would encourage sending bills to the floor because the bill has to be drafted before, get an LR, be drafted, referred to the committee again. And then the public hearing would have to happen and then the work session.
And Friday is our end of work date. Representative White.
So there's some pretty vague language here about or any other reason that's out of your control. I mean, who's the arbiter of deciding, if I broke my leg and my car was impounded and I can't go to work because I have a broken leg? I mean, is that going to give me a 30-day extension? I mean, even, and does it matter how I broke my leg? I mean, if I got drunk and left my car in the middle of an intersection and staggered off, which happens. And then,
Not with you though, right?
no, not with
Asking
me.
for a friend.
However, wow, that was good. So this person that staggered off, left the car, shows up 2 days later with a broken leg and says,
Yeah.
I don't know how my car got there, but now I have a broken leg and I can't go to work. And my car got towed by Bishop's Automotive. And, I want an extension. I don't want to have to pay for that towing bill for 2 months now, or a month and a half. You
They'd
get the
still-
original
they'd
40,
still have to-
the original 14 days plus a
30.
month, so 6 weeks. I mean, is that excuse enough to get extension, or who's the arbiter to decide that?
So I think there's a big philosophical question about whether getting drunk and leaving your car at an intersection is a reason to lose your vehicle. But
Convicted? No, never.
The way the language is draft, you're right. There is an other similarly unavoidable situation. That is a broad clause. And hear you that this is the sort of thing that gets explored sometimes at a public hearing. So that might be a reason to give this some pause and come back and do this next year, if that's where the committee would like to go instead. What it does is it creates a 30-day extension. Yes. So basically, you're still responsible at the end of the day. If you want to get your car back, you're still going to have to pay the towing fees. You're still going to have to do what you need to do. But if you broke your leg and you hit your head and you're in the hospital and you can't participate in the process.
So totally understand that's
Yeah,
theory,
that's the goal.
but the language is vague enough that
But it's only on delaying the transfer of the title.
Mhm.
It's not, it doesn't change anything about fees. Is that correct?
Right, you're still I would assume you're still accumulating storage fees. We haven't said that.
So the way the 14 days works is if the towing companies file with us within 14 days, there's a cap on storage fees for 30 days, right? They can't, if they fail to file with us, then, excuse me, if they fail to file with us, they may not collect more than 14 days. If they do file with us, they can collect up to 30 days. Under current law, they do not collect more than 30 days of fees. With this extension, they could still only collect 30 days of fees. Presumably, they would have a vehicle on the lot for 51 days, for 6 weeks. So.
A follow-up, Representative Voigt?
yeah, of course, the end of the day, the individual is still responsible to pay the debt if they're going to get their vehicle back. But the other side of that coin is this company that's operating still needs to have cash flow. And if we're going to extend a portion, a very vague portion of the business that they do, they're going to have to redesign their whole business structure, make sure that their business stays solvent. So we're really putting a burden on somebody that can retrieve that money in under a month. Now they can't retrieve that money for months.
Representative Perry and then Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just thinking to myself that on the whole notification part is trying to, I don't know if it's this way or how people can get notified, because if we can make that part easier, and then it comes back to the bill on your registration, adding that, which we did, being able to, no matter what the reason is, if somebody's incarcerated, they have a parent, a brother, a sister, a wife, a husband, whomever, significant other. The ability to go and be notified somehow, or I would think as soon as an abandoned vehicle's picked up, police are notified or they've done the work. I'm just trying to figure a way to get to the people don't want to lose their vehicle and they're there for 2 weeks because they have a mental breakdown and are in the hospital for 2 months.
Yeah.
Is the easy ability for that family member to come get the vehicle. Or I know it happened to me, not to me directly, but I literally had somebody drive across my lawn and park their car out behind my house and wandered off.
Yeah.
Police came, no, but the police came and got the information. I had it towed away because it was a car out behind my house. And family members came to my house and said, oh, our brother or whatever it was did this. And I contacted with the tow company and they went over and got the vehicle. It's just, I think we need to figure out the notification of somebody as part of this. And I don't know how we get there, because I think that's the biggest problem. If a family member knows their person's incarcerated, arrested, mental illness, whatever the reason, making it really easy to go get that vehicle for them, pay whatever fines or the towing charge or whatever. And if they can get that right away, they're only paying the towing charge. They're not paying 2 months of storage. So I don't know if that's part of it too, is getting to those people.
So this conversation, you know, we had some excitement. I know the advocates are eager to see a fix. And I do think that this might lend itself well to us continuing to meet. And I'm comfortable taking responsibility for making sure that we meet over the summer to work through a little bit more some of the questions that you're raising. Because I do think that there's clearly a problem right now. You know, people are like, wait a second, what do you mean you gave the title to this? You know, like, we're just, especially with the 21 days for notification from us and mail delays, you know, people are finding out very late in the process sometimes. But I certainly, you know, we could go back and do some further work to try to flesh this out a little bit more.
Would you be able to bring it back by
And we could-
Thursday?
We can do anything. The BMV team, I mean the BMV team. If that's what the committee wanted us to do, we could work really hard to make that happen. And we could bring the stakeholders into a room tomorrow and try to pound out some of the stuff. And if the committee wants more time, we can do it that way too.
Because
So
I
either
think,
way.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, Representative Bishop.
All right, thank you. I do see the scope of what this was purposed to be. Anything that touches the towing industry on this front really needs to be carried over or pushed into the next session, because of the logistics of this. What you bring up with the 21 days, these towing companies nobody wants the vehicle. It's done fast in a fast timeline to receive compensation so they can pay their bills to operate as a business. Like, no one as a towing company wants these people's cars, anyone's car. They want money to pay for the services rendered. So as all of this gets worked out, it's a huge topic. So anything that touches the towing industry like this, for a process for this, really needs adequate time, more than this Friday, to sort out.
Thursday.
Representative Angeles.
No pressure.
Just a question and then maybe a little comment, but the circumstance that we're talking about in this amendment, did the working group, and I'm sorry for missing the previous session on this, did the working group ever discuss how common or rare this is? How often are these extenuating circumstances described in this section 1852?
That's a good question. What we put in the report is the number of abandoned title applications. So how many applications are coming from the towing industry to the BMV, and then how many titles are we granting? And so in 2025, we received 5,395 abandoned title applications, and we issued 4,182 titles for vehicles to the towing industry. But we didn't, we also in the report, we did record that towing companies are getting about 3,000 to 4,000 calls a day. So the daily volume is pretty significant. And, you know, the towing company, raised some concerns about the processes that we use and also recognize that they don't find regulation of the abandoned vehicle process unreasonable. So, that was the conversation that was had. But I
Yeah.
don't know that we delved
just-
into data on how many people might be hospitalized or incarcerated, in part because that's not a question the BNB is asking.
Right.
We just know who the owner is and who the lien holder is, and we're just sending out that notice. And
Yeah.
then we just know if it doesn't come back.
I guess my one comment would be that I wish we could provide some kind of shorter term relief for people who find themselves in this situation. Even knowing that there's still more to be worked out here. But I'll see what the committee thinks.
All right, I have Senator Nangle, Representative Perry, and then Representative White.
So I understand that this touches the towing companies, but it also touches consumers in Maine who are, as I said last week, are probably, in this case, losing their most highest value possession, with exception of their house, which would get them to be able to drive to work, get groceries, go to the doctor, whatever needs to be done. And I think that, I think if you guys could come up with rules working with the towing industry in regards to this amendment, I just think it's the right thing to do for consumers.
Maybe what we could do by Thursday is talk to the towing industry, and maybe we take out this similarly unavoidable situation. So it literally is hospitalization, incarceration, military deployment. And so those are three very discrete things. And maybe we'll work through them, what the notice would look like, and try to get that in statute. I don't know. That might be one way to do it.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I get, because you mentioned you had abandoned title applications, but are those the towing of an abandoned car, or does that count all the cars that go to get work done on them and the people can't pay? And I mean, this could be two totally different groups of numbers. And I mean, the 5,000 is just over the little over 1 or 1.5 days of the number of total calls for wrecker service. And that really doesn't have anything to do with somebody that gets incarcerated or institutionalized or hospitalized or whatever. So I'd be kind of curious to know how many times a car is found on the side of the road. I don't know if it's a state police question or not, but on how many times that this is actually because of these reasons. You see what I'm saying? I don't know how many people were incarcerated and their car was towed on the side of the road and none of their family members come and got it. And
It may not be
It's-
on the side of the road. It may be in maybe they parked and went to court and then they're sent to jail and weren't, because they were so nervous,
Yeah.
weren't thinking through what the consequences were of parking in, the parking garage, but then being there for, X number of days.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're, again, they're in a public place, like a shopping center or something, and have some sort of episode that requires involuntary hospitalization or an arrest and incarceration in the jail or something. So I think it's more.
I think
your
that would
point
be,
is well
that would be a
taken.
good number to know how many are actually the reasons we're looking to do it. Have a certain number, has 300 been hospitalized and their cars
Yeah.
were towed
The
and.
thing is, the
and-
BMV doesn't have that data.
Yeah.
We don't know. Because we don't ask.
Yeah.
Why were they towed or where were they towed from? Or we don't ask the customer, you know.
I think the biggest thing we probably should as soon as they're notified as a towing company tows a vehicle, there needs to be some way to notify family or
Oh, that's interesting.
whatever. I mean, it has got to be something we need to do to,
So the towing company filing with us for the title is what triggers our notification. And you're making a good point and so there is an incentive to file real fast with us, but they're filing a request for the title. You're making a good point that there might be a different process at some future date for immediate notification, not pursuant to a title application, but just trying to find the owner if the towing company can't find them.
wasn't
And I
there
don't know how that happens in
wasn't there
the real
something-
world. I don't know if they,
wasn't there something about that too with the lien holders that we handled a few years ago? There was something about their notification too,
they
if they
get a
were held.
notification with us. When we send it to the owner, to the registrant, we're also sending it to the lien holder at the same time. So that is happening currently.
Right.
But I think the lien holders are still pretty frustrated because, yeah.
So you just said something though, the registrant versus the lien holder would be on the title,
Yeah,
you wouldn't notify the titled owner?
we do. We do both.
Okay.
So we're sending
All
it
right.
to the lien holder and we're sending it. I think it used to be perhaps that it didn't go to the lien holder. Now it's going to both. Yeah.
Representative White and then Representative Eaton.
So we did have a bill here last session, or I think it was last session, that would have put a next of kin on your registration. By the way, that would have solved not notifying the next of kin because it would have been literally on your registration.
So we added that. Remember, we passed that. And it's on the back of the registration.
Right, so
They can write it in on the back of
So,
the registration.
one thing that may be of help is if that gets advertised, that's there so that if more people write their next of kin on their registration and then they have a mental breakdown and their vehicle gets towed, or they get incarcerated and their vehicle gets towed, there'll be somebody to notify. One of the numbers that we have in the book here was from 2019 until 2026, there were 100 unique complaints regarding the towing industry reported to the AG. And that's the only statistic we have about people that have complained so if we triple that, we can go 300. And we use the minimum amount of tows at 3,000 a day as opposed to the 4,000 maximum. That would be 3 out of 65,720 tows end up in a scenario like this. There are multiple reasons why titles are given in these scenarios, like Representative Perry said. Car gets severely damaged in an accident and the person abandons it to the tow company because they don't want to pay their tow bill. And that company can't crush that vehicle until they have a title. They can't even scrap it. A vehicle that just gets abandoned because it broke down and somebody doesn't want to fix it. Or somebody moves out of state and leaves a vehicle near their apartment because it was an inexpensive vehicle. I think that we don't have near enough information to go ahead with any of this. I'd love to, and I do think that there is a real issue where people get hospitalized and their vehicle gets, is gone by the time they get out. And I think that, between now and next session, perhaps a letter or an email to the people that tow, to the industry saying, please be aware that this is something that's on our radar, and we'd like you to be graceful about this. We will be addressing it next session. I don't think that would be a terrible thing, but I think that as we saw with the crossing bars with the school buses, when we rush legislation, we do it a disservice. So I would much rather address all of this and do it well next session. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Representative White. Representative Eaton.
Thank you very much. I think that what I was thinking of kind of lends itself to what you were just saying, Representative White. So I happen to have been in a motor vehicle accident almost a year ago. And I think it was the last thing on my family's mind to figure out where my car was necessarily. And so as I was listening to all this, there are so many different parts of this that are working behind the scenes. They couldn't do anything with my vehicle until I could get on the phone and call the insurance company and release my car. So my family couldn't do anything. I tried to give them permission, and there was no legal authority for them to make the phone call. So I just wanting to say that out loud as a patient that was hospitalized, not able to pick up a phone for over 20 days. So that's really close to this threshold that we're talking about. I mean, I'm very lucky. My car was towed to my cousin's shop. I mean, he wasn't going to do anything. But if you look at the letter of the law, my car could have been very close to this situation. And I would wager a guess that there are other people in the state of Maine that have experienced something similar. So I just wanted to say that out loud as I'm listening to all of these parts come together.
Thank you for sharing that, Representative Eaton, because I think you point out in real time exactly what some of the concerns that have been voiced here today. I also, I want to echo the sentiment of caring about the people who are not receiving what seems like just procedure in this process, that are kind of excluded from the current regulations and laws that we have. But I do want to say procedurally, I feel a little bit strange because Senator Moore's bill requested 120 days before the Secretary of State determines if it's abandoned, and creates maximums for what storage costs can be. And so to be considering amended language on a bill that we haven't held the public hearing for, I don't want to deny that there is an issue that needs to be resolved. I'm concerned about trying to force you to do something by Thursday that will give us something that doesn't actually address all of the pieces. So that's kind of where I'm at in this. Representative Montel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did I hear, good afternoon, Secretary Bellows. Did I hear in a past work session that even a power of attorney, a POA, couldn't call for that person? I thought I heard that.
Yeah.
Is that?
That's outside of my area of expertise.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
like, so if Holly
so-
had somebody that was like in her situation, if somebody had POA, would they be able to, where a family member couldn't, or a person on the back of your registration
So we are, oh, great, perfect. Come on up. I'm going to phone a friend.
How convenient, right?
Kathy Curtis, Deputy Secretary of State, Bureau of Motor Vehicles. In that particular issue, that we discussed that a lot in the
Yeah.
working group. And the towing industry was very reluctant to give the vehicle to a family member or to someone that claimed that they were helping the individual, because they felt that they would be liable if that person wasn't authorized to pick up the vehicle. So we heard that the towing industry was very reluctant, whether it was a power of attorney or anything, that I'm not saying that we agreed with this,
Right.
but I'm just saying this is what the towing industry was saying, That's their practice.
Even if they showed proof that they were POA?
There was frustration around fearing liability regardless. We heard that some members of the towing industry would only release the vehicle to the registrant or to the titled owner.
Okay, can I follow up with that? Thank you. So when we talked about the next of kin being on the back of registration, would that not help? Then they'd know who to contact, but that person couldn't be released to them. Is that correct?
They would know that they could contact that person. Whether the towing industry would actually feel comfortable in releasing it, that I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
And
Any
where there isn't as much liability is if a power of attorney or an attorney contacted the Secretary of State during that 21-day period to appeal what was happening and request an appeals hearing. But what's tricky about that is the letter is going to the registrant. So if it's a piece of mail that is going to Representative Eaton and her family isn't thinking to open her mail, then, how do you know to contact the Secretary of State? You're calling the towing company is saying there's nothing we can do. So there are some issues there.
But could we you, all of us, form some language, and this is probably way in the future when this all gets crafted, but where the towing company contacts you directly on something like that, and then you can intercede in these instances like Representative Eaton's situation where, we can determine at some way to get from point A to point B and satisfy any liability that the towing company would have on releasing it with, like you said, they can appeal it, but you wouldn't know to open the mail. Is there a way for more direct from the towing company, from the law enforcement, that when a person is taken to the hospital, that this person got taken to the hospital, their families need to be notified, everybody almost needs to be notified so that we don't run into this? Is there any way to, and that's probably a work on it all summer thing, but is there some way we can get to that point where the appeals process you talked about, they don't get the letter, they don't open the mail, that it's kind of an automatic thing when somebody is in an accident, or immediately if somebody is incarcerated, that we have some mechanisms to notify, because I think it sounds like a huge problem here.
Yeah.
Very lucky, went to happened to be the right garage, but if it wasn't, she could have been down in Arundel when it happened and it went to somebody else. They have no idea, who it is, what it is, anything like that. There needs to be something between Secretary of State's law enforcement, towing company, individual's family, where we can get that all put together somehow.
And maybe that goes to the issue of what an abandoned vehicle is, right? Because the abandoned vehicle statute is for the person who's like, you know what? My vehicle's worth less than the fees and I don't care about this vehicle. Take it. Right? I mean, that's the idea of the abandoned vehicle statute, or the vehicle that just, the person just doesn't seem to care. But there are these other situations where obviously someone cares. And I had a heartbreaking one this winter where people are contacting our office and there's really nothing we can do. We'd already transferred the title and the individual had been incarcerated. And we had duly sent the notice. The title's the titles division didn't have a backlog, so it was pretty prompt. And but that's heartbreaking because that person's out their livelihood. And there were people that cared about that person, but it was a different situation that, we were contacted after the fact of that the title had been transferred. So maybe it's something around, if the towing company gets contacted by a family member, they contact us because maybe it's some tweak on abandoned vehicles that it's not technically abandoned if somebody's trying to claim ownership.
Representative Bishop and then Ray.
All right, thank you. And I had a lot of thoughts that Representative Perry said, but I also just wanted to bring up that as law enforcement, a lot of the questions that have been brought up, a lot of us just proactively took care of these things. So a lot of it has to do with what community you're in, and that's nothing you're going to be able to regulate. So thank you.
Representative Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. No, I just wanted to point out that whatever timeline and schedule we all decide upon, I hope that you all have gotten the message that you do have to clean up some language. And I think the biggest phrase for me right now is the similarly unavoidable situations. I know once we start listing conditions and limiting ourselves, enumerating those, we open up a can of worms. Because there's always going to be one more thing, but you really have to tighten that up, I think. That's all I just wanted to say.
I might argue that's on our committee's list of responsibilities to present the language that we want to tighten up, but I appreciate the sentiment also. Representative Albert.
I think a can of worms has already been opened. This is an elephant. And we could be here for the next 3 months just discussing, a lot of the negatives, positives. I'm a firm believer right now of public hearings. We need to hear from the tow people. We need to hear from the public. And we need to hear from even the lien holders. They're financial people. That's my concept of it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Perry.
I make a motion, I don't know if it's ought to pass on your blue sheet.
Yeah, it'll just be a procedural motion, and if there's anything you want to add to it. But it's the procedural motion to initiate a committee bill. That would be what's happening.
Oh, sorry.
We have a motion.
Seconded since I ended up.
Oh, sorry.
We have a motion and a second discussion. I will just reiterate what I said previously, that I think it needs to be resolved. I don't think it's a resolution within the next 48 hours without failing to address some of the worms in the can. And so I'll be supporting the motion.
And also, for clarity, what the committee wants to do. Does it want it to go to the floor or be referred back to the committee? Again, I'm not telling you it has to be referred to the floor, but I would strongly encourage it at this point. But also what that direction is.
Representative White.
Could we request that the Secretary of State sends out a letter to people requesting these titles to be, aware that people may be hospitalized or incapacitated, and we would, it would be prudent to look for the signs of that sort of thing. I mean, not that it would have any penalty of law, but the idea that you could send a notice to the industry that on some occasions they're, something to be aware of.
I think asking the Bureau to do something that doesn't have any legs gets a little bit complicated. I agree with the sentiment. I think it's a little bit unclear. Representative Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I came into this sort of thinking, well, let's at least get a little something done right away, because the circumstances I thought were rare enough that we might be able to thread the needle. I have to say, listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle made some really good points. And I think I'm in a place where I want to support the motion, even knowing that I think in principle, this is a really good draft of an amendment. I hope we can promise ourselves that when we do the full version of this in the 133rd, that we don't vote to carry this one, that one over. But that's aspirational, but I will be supporting the motion after thinking about it.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think too, as I mentioned before, with the Department of Motor Vehicle Secretary of State's office being able to report bills out, I don't know if the towing thing, it all needs to be in one bill. You might be able to do one bill on figuring out how we notify people that in Representative Eaton's situation and the different situations we have, and then maybe a regulatory bill, on towing as something else. But they have the ability to report those bills out, and we also will have the ability on this committee to report a bill out, so.
Melanie, to answer your question, I would recommend the committee bill go to the floor directly without coming back here.
And then for the committee, just to understand process, you will see the language before it goes on the floor. It just won't.
You already saw it.
Yes, I'll just show you like what the bill will look like, because there will be no discussion in this committee. Then it would be discussed solely and voted solely on the floor. So you do get to dictate what's in this, the committee does. And again, any vote to initiate this committee bill is not a vote in any direction on the actual policy. You're just allowing it to go to the floor.
Any other discussion? Representative Bishop.
I just want to narrow the scope of this to accomplish the means of what we want to accomplish next round, correct? So when it goes to the floor, what will its mission be?
The document going to the floor will just authorize the committee to have a committee bill next session. So it will not have any language with any determinations about any of the report. It's just an extra. If a member of this committee decides to work on this legislation over the summer and wants to present their own bill, we could have multiple opportunities. I see this as a placeholder in case there was a dramatic change. If it lost its priority status, the committee could at least refer back to this, but anyone in any department would be able to present it.
I just wanted to make sure that this had a very narrow scope, that it wouldn't turn into anything else this year.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Angley.
And right, and in terms of next year, like we committees all the time, they have single days devoted to multiple bills on the same topic where they group the towing bills, for example. And like, so it feels like that's where we're headed, and that's okay. So I understand the concern you're expressing. So I don't think this will be hijacked and turned into something that makes new policy in this legislature.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of requesting a committee bill as drafted? That's unanimous.
And I will bring back, once that bill has gone through the process, I will bring it back so the committee understands what is being reported out.
Thank you for that. We are going to take up language review for LD 1457 next.
Andy has some materials for you to review. So what Andy is passing out is draft language of the majority ought to pass as amended report. There is also I discussed in the bill analysis that there's a special review process, and so I include information like about that, and I can go over that second. I just want to make sure the language for those on the majority report matches. I did work with the Turnpike on this language. I know there's like a couple like grammatical things or other typos, and I want to assure the committee there is an entire processing thing. Those small details will be worked out. I just want to make sure the substance is what the majority of the majority report wanted to say. I did some annotations in this draft since this is a lot, so I can go through them slowly. In section 2, so page 1 on section 2, subsection 4 talks about the toll violation process. And that's something in discussing with my review processes, to have the process that would happen in this pilot program to mirror the failure to pay toll process now, and just make that explicit, like that this isn't that it kind of is following that form, not precisely. So it's just defining that process. So anytime that this phrase toll violation process is referenced, that's what it means. It's just referring to failure to pay tolls, and it provides a citation to statute. And all the definitions should be the same as what you saw at the work session, and it was voted in the majority report. Section 3 of the bill, you can see that language of toll violations process. It may be plural and needs to be singular, but in any event, that's where it's just saying that to the extent feasible, the pilot program should be modeled after that process, but it must incorporate, and this is everything that was in the amendment language before. So it's saying it's that process, but it needs to include this. And I believe the one thing I had a question for the committee about for clarification on page 3, subsection 4, there's a placeholder text there. The sentence says, if an image shows the face of a driver or passenger, the image cannot be used for enforcement or any other purposes, and the authority is required to delete the image. It said promptly. I think it may make sense to either say, what does promptly mean? So either define days, or if you want to still keep it vague, like upon discovering it.
Would something like the next business day after being discovered or something,
Yeah.
something like that? I mean, you can't just say the next,
Right.
you got to put some parameters,
Yep.
right? So if
Yep.
it happens on a Friday and it's not discovered until Monday.
Right.
Does that,
Yep.
something like that make sense? I mean, because we all agreed that we didn't want to hold these for anything other than that purpose.
And I will note
3
that
business
in,
days, 2 business days, one business day.
and there is
After being
current
discovered.
statute about this in that same section about penalties and what happens if a passenger or driver is in an image from the toll, like what they have to do. And so I guess in terms of holding the image, so that it could mirror that language, I just think promptly was a little vague. And so I would encourage the committee to be a little bit more specific. But if the committee wants to keep the language promptly, we can keep it. That was the only intention. There is a process similar to the toll violation process. It is supposed to be deleted.
What is the language currently in that other part?
Well, you know what? I may not have it. I can find that language and mirror it, or I think it was, I can't remember. I know exactly the section number, but I don't have that language with me. So I can have it mirror that or do what you discussed today. So have it mirror the language of the toll violation. You could tell me that, I'll do that, or
I would like to do whatever's more restrictive, but Representative Ray.
Well, yeah, along the more restrictive lines. Yeah, thank you. I would like to say, have it, the discovery be documented. And upon documented discovery within 1 business day or 2 business days or whatever we choose, simply because unless that's baked in or specified, it's pretty easy to say, oh yeah, we heard about it yesterday. And to rely on that rather than, no, it was documented by the agency at 9:07 PM or something to that effect.
There's a part of me that says we've tried to keep this following the toll violation piece, but, and that's good on a lot of fronts. But in this particular case, because of the sensitivities of we.
Representative White.
To Representative Ray's point, you have to have a time frame where the discovery is going to be made. What if you don't check the camera for a week? That stuff's still, the data is captured, but if the person doesn't actually sit down and review it, then discovery isn't made. So, if we're gonna hinge it on discovery, we have to have discovery made each business day or each day. I don't know if you want to give them weekends off or not. That's up to you. But if you're gonna keep integrity here, you have to have the time they have to check them and then the time that they have to delete them both in the picture.
Melanie, could you get back to the committee with what the other language is?
yes, and I can confirm which one is. I have note of what was talked about today, and then I'll let you all decide. I know it's in 1980, 1980. Let me see in terms, but I think in general, the point was, it was vague. What is that definition? So we can get, I'll bring it back, on Thursday, so you can get that clarified. I also made a note on page 3, subsection 6, paragraph B, that except for paragraph F, that's just the right to contest. So subsection 6 is talking about that initial warning period. So during that initial warning period, like no one's getting the fine. So the right to contest doesn't quite make sense. So I just am noting what that exception is, just for you all to know. For Representative Perry, just noting where the blue lights subsection is. It is in there. It's subsection 7 now. One other item just for the committee's consideration, and again, the answer could be like, yep, that's what we mean, and that's totally okay. It's in terms of the grace period, it's no less than 21 days following the issuance of violation to the person the motor vehicle is registered to. And so if that grace period is established, again, it's not saying there has to be a grace period, but if it's established, the registrant of the motor vehicle may not receive additional notices for violations involving that particular vehicle. And just to be clear, if that person has another vehicle registered, they could still have another violation. I just want to make that clear and make sure that's in line with the intent of the committee. Okay, perfect. And one thing to note on page 4 in the middle of the page, subsection 5, that was the proposed section 7A in the toll violation, failure to pay tolls. All of the stuff about the notices and how to appeal the notices was in one section. So it was more of a structural change to make it match that format. So that's all that's saying here. It should follow the flow chart you were provided by the Turnpike. And I provided arrows to be like, so you pay it within 30 days, say you don't respond at all, it goes to subsection 7. If you request an administrative review, look at subsection 6. That's just for you all to like decode what's happening. And subsection, yes, and then kind of what each subsection is saying. So if you contest it, for example, then you have the administrative review. These are the process of the administrative review. 2 actions may occur. And then if you don't pay at all, there's a process that will occur, and that's where that suspension may happen. And that's what subsection 8 is saying. It's about what happens if someone does not pay the penalty. That's when the suspension would happen with the Secretary of State. So, and the authority, I had shall, the authority recommends that allowance language, not require. The shall was in there because the toll language says shall, but it has that stipulation of if. So it was suggested to change that to may. The committee, you can, if may is fine, we'll do may. The only reason it said shall was because that's what the toll statute said, because it's only required if these conditions are met. But I think this is allowing them to notify the Secretary of State if these conditions are met, rather than requiring them to.
Yeah.
Okay. I think one thing to note on page 5, subsection 10, the committee talked about the administrative review of the vendor. I know there was some concern with a vendor doing the administrative review. And so I just am highlighting, this was in the amendment language that was presented by the authority at the last work session, putting clear parameters on if the vendor does the review. The authority is ultimately giving the vendor okay to issue that decision in the review. So allows it doesn't require the review to be done by the authority or the vendor. It just gives the ability of the authority to use a vendor for these reviews. The committee originally was the only reason I mentioned this, the committee at one point discussed only the authority can do it. And then this language came back. So I just wanted to make sure that the committee is good with this language of that allowance of the vendor doing the review. And it does require the authority that the vendor reports to the authority and operates under the supervision of the authority, and the authority takes precautions to ensure that the vendor. So it's a little different than I think all the versions. I just want to make sure this current version works.
Senator Farren.
But at the end of the day, that last sentence, right?
Mm-hmm.
The vendor may.
Yeah, I guess you need to tell me if it should be a shall or may.
Shall be subject.
Yep.
To approval by employee of the authority. Ultimately,
Yep.
we wanted to have the authority.
Yes.
So that
Yes.
we don't want it we want it to be shall, not
Mhm.
may. Is
Yep.
that?
Okay. So now just to reiterate, it's saying that regardless of what the vendor said, it's the authority who's dictating with that final, like saying, okay, yes, that's the outcome of the review. It's not just vendor to the registrant, it's the authority still looking at it. And section 5 is about that review of the images and requiring the images to be reviewed. The authority has to review these images, or its vendor can as well. And this happens before issuance of the violation. So no violation would be sent out if the authority hasn't already reviewed it. Operator training and duties. I don't think there's anything of note new, like that has changed or I have questions about since the work session. One thing I wanted to note on page 7, paragraph F, as well as the indented paragraph under subsection 2. This is language I pulled in from the failure to pay toll section, just about specifically that language around right to contest. So I don't think it's still the right to contest language. It's just additional information that came from the toll violation language. I can take it out if the committee wants, but basically it's just saying that that notice, it has to, this is language directly from statute already, include a warning that failure to contest in the matter and time provided is admission of liability and the waiver of defenses, and that failure to pay or respond may result, and it says it may result in suspension. And just kind of giving them that clear warning, this is what happens if you don't pay. And also in statute currently, it says if no address is on record with the authority or the Secretary of State, the notice can be sent to the address that is on file with the Secretary of State. So that language wasn't in there before, but it's in current statute. And so I feel like there's a similar statute that says something similar. So in order to have it follow as closely to current law, if the committee is all right with that language being added in. One thing to also note on the bottom of page 7, there was a provision in another section that said, if a person is cited by law enforcement, obviously they're also not going to get a notice of violation through the system. Just to make it very clear, that is a defense. And so that just got added to the defense section to make it clear that's what that is.
I don't think we discussed that in the work session, but that does seem like
Yeah.
a reasonable defense. If you've
Yes.
Already been cited.
I think it was one item too that didn't get brought up, but I was kind of like unclear, and it makes it, I think it makes it much clearer to actually call it a defense rather than it leaves it less ambiguous. I'll say that. Then section 9 is just about how they're going to get that information. We can go back to section 10. I don't actually think anything changed, but we'll talk about that more in depth because you also have that letter to judiciary. So leave that one on pause right now. One thing to note in section 11, so that's on page 9, this basically pared down that rulemaking section. So rather than specifically saying the authority can do rule, it's just saying they have broad rulemaking authority, just not listing out the exact rules. It's kind of giving them that discretion to make rules as they see fit in order to administer this pilot program. And also one recommendation I have is to just specify, it's implicit, but specify rules adopted pursuant to this section of the resolve are applicable only during the course of the pilot program. So making very clear, this is not like a permanent process that's established. This is short term. And that's also actually what section 13, that's new. It's something I added in as well to make it very clear, this is a pilot program. Anything it will not continue beyond the time period, but it does allow the authority. So say the pilot program ended on like December 15th, 2029, but there was a violation on December 5th. Technically, that's still during the pilot program, so it will. This language gives them authority to continue to process that. It's just no violations past whatever the date will happen. And then also that report section. This just this is just a little bit broader language. So rather than tying it to a certain legislature or year, it's just saying whenever the committee that has jurisdiction over transportation receives this report from the Turnpike Authority, it can report out legislation in that same session that it receives it. I will say, this is not typical, this kind of language. But I think by tying, I did confirm, and I think it's not ideal, but tying it to the same year as the report. And because the report has to be submitted no later than 3 months, it'll do. It's just a little atypical in terms of language.
Melanie, may I ask a question?
Yes.
So what if the pilot ends in September, and the report comes out in December, and then the year's over?
Yeah, I need to figure out that language. I remember I was writing that, and there was language where it can be like the session or like the most same year isn't right. It definitely needs to be worked out, but the intention being the committee couldn't act on this like 3 sessions later, essentially.
it would be the immediate following session or current or
Yeah,
that-
and I knew there
Okay.
was there's some specific language, and I will ensure with the people who are experts in drafting that that's what it says.
Thank you.
But that was the intention, and I'll ensure that remains the intention. So that was high level, but if there's any additional questions the committee has or language it wants to review, we can do that now, or
Any questions from committee members? No. Would anyone from the Turnpike like to come up? And maybe that wasn't a question. You're invited to come up. Welcome, if you just do a brief introduction.
Oh, I'm Jonathan Airy. Thank you. I'm the in-house attorney at the Maine Turnpike Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Airy. Anything that stood out in the language review that we just did that brings up any concern for you?
Yes, the Easy Pass, the reference to the Easy Pass and the X days instead of promptly. I looked it up, but there's no days that within which we have to destroy it. And it doesn't even actually say we have to destroy an image if it has a face on it under the Easy Pass statute, just as we can't use it. We would delete it as a matter of course. This was written in 2004 because of a concern that might happen. I've never seen one. You know, I don't work in violations, but I've never seen a picture that had a face on it, and I don't think we'll have any here. But if we find one, we'll get rid of it. You know, soon. And
Is one business day reasonable to
I
dispose
think
of
it's
it?
something we could work with. Yeah, I mean, I think as long as it's after discovery, you know, somebody
Yeah.
sees it, they bring it to somebody's attention and it's deleted. All you have to do is hit delete. So.
Okay.
so for the
members.
committee, it would be requiring the authority to delete the image within one business day upon discovering that the image had a passenger.
Yeah, I mean, that would be all right with us. I don't think there's any need to delay that anymore. There's nothing to find under the Easy Pass section. So yeah, I wanted to bring that up. That's just from looking it up on my phone, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing I missed in there. And on this last thing you were talking about under the report, couldn't you just say to the current, report it out to the current legislature or to the next legislature, whichever, you know, the intent is. Before it had a year in it, I think.
Right.
And we don't want to have a year, but
I
I
think
would
that may
just
fall
say-
into the same issue as like
Yeah.
if it's December, it would technically then still be the past legislature and then.
I'm not concerned about the reporting out by the authority, but rather who gets to create a bill from that moving forward.
Right.
And so if it is
It's the December
current,
issue.
yeah, if it's November or December, then there is no active process for that report to turn into a bill unless giving the next legislative session.
right, that's probably what you'd want to say, the next legislative session. I would think you just,
I think we've seen some of those with report back. It's either the regular session or the next regular session.
Yeah, and I will work out that language. I was given, off the cuff, some potential language, but it is going to be reviewed again by the people who much better at this than I am.
I will say you have done an amazing job with this, so thank you for catching and updating some of those. Representative Perry.
And maybe I missed it when I was out. Do we also have interim report back?
Yes, oh yes, I
Okay.
forgot to mention that. That is section 12 now. So that is brand new, just based on this committee's discussion. It says that by January 1st, 2028, it requires the authority to present to the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature having jurisdiction over transportation matters on the implementation of the pilot program to date.
Yeah.
So it's not saying what has to be in it. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be, it's just being like, just tell us what you've done.
My only thought would be January 1st, we're not gonna be here. So should that be like January 31st or by January 31st? Yeah. I think that should be January 31st.
Okay, yep.
Senator Barron.
And you know what? If you guys let me know when you do that, I'll just pop by and say hi.
With a plate full of cookies or something. Okay, any other questions from folks? Anything else, Mr. Airy?
I had one thing which I mentioned to Melanie. This is section 4. Is it
Yes.
on the first sentence of section 4, she's got this new clause, which I think is meant to emphasize that, you know, we're the ones running the program, so we're the ones administering penalties. But the way it's written, and I talked about this with Melanie the other day, and I think she was going to fix it, but it wasn't brought up, so I just wanted to mention it. The way it's written, it used to say what a violation was. Somebody who's driving 11 or more hours. 11 miles an hour over the speed limit is in violation. It doesn't say that now.
Yes.
And so it doesn't define what a violation is. So I suggested she either split this up into 2 sentences or just take it out, because I think this whole resolution authorizes us to administer the program. So,
Yeah,
you know,
and that is something that I'm gonna be
Right.
checking for, because it was never the intent to take out what the violation was.
right.
It's just like in making all the changes, it got oversight, so
it's
it's
sort
good
of-
to the committee knows,
yeah.
and I'm looking out for that.
It's sort of an accident of putting that clause at the, you know, beginning of that sentence and making it, you know, keeping it one long sentence.
Okay,
But
thank you.
that was my major, besides the Easy Pass thing, which I thought we could take care of. We did.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I am looking for that when I get this back. So this is just a draft, gets sent off to the revisor's office, and I'll point that out in the final thing, which you all see with this resolved.
Perfect. Anything else? No, thank you for that, Melanie.
Yes,
Thank
so
you, Mr. Airy.
Thank you.
now, section 10 talks about the personally identifiable information and how that information is
Oh.
confidential.
Mhm, yeah.
You have a blue paper that goes over the special review process. It just boxes kind of that this is the FOA exceptions one. You can read that. I also provided the statute on the next page. So you should have, the first page you should have received at orientation. This is just a reminder, like, these are all the different processes. This is the statute on the process for reviewing proposed public records exceptions. So you've already done subsection 1. The majority of the committee has said, yes, we want this information to be confidential. The next is the review and evaluation. And the committee now has to send a referral to the Judiciary Committee saying, like, we understand this is a public records exemption. This is why it's a public records exemption. They review it and then they will come back to this committee with, like, okay. It's just by statute, they have to review anything that is considered confidential. So I can go through that process a little bit more in detail before I jump into kind of what that memo or referral to judiciary will be. But one thing before we conclude this, the committee will need to send someone from this committee to judiciary. I will also be there for when judiciary does its review of basically this memo and of this bill. You can send anyone on the majority a report you want. So it could be Senator Farren, it could be you, Representative Crafts. But essentially someone from the committee on the majority report, as well as myself, will be there.
Okay. And will you just inform the committee when that's happening?
Yes, most likely it could happen as soon as Thursday. So the committee just, I guess by the end of today, if they can just say on mic who will go, and you can do it now or after I review the letter.
Does anyone have a preference?
I think we all go.
Okay, Senator Farren and I will both go.
And then just so the committee knows, I will also be there, so you'll have me. And I will say too, the authority is also welcome and they can be there. And if judiciary has any questions, they may direct it to the authority if they have any questions. So this is a memo that any committee that has a public records exemption has a memo like this. I tried to follow format of other exception letters. Basically, the first paragraph is being like, here's the bill. This is why we're sending you this memo. It's required by statute. Here was the committee report. You don't have the bill in the amendment language attached to this because you already have that, but to judiciary, they'll get this plus the bill is printed plus the amendment language, recognizing this is not the final amendment language, but it has enough for judiciary to review that exception. The second paragraph is just, in this, and you can tell me to add stuff, I tried to keep it very brief because as you all know, this bill does much more than just the makes information confidential. So I tried to focus on what information be collected and then what information remains then confidential. So it just describes, I will not read that because you all know what it does. So it describes that in the information collected. And then the third paragraph gets into, here's the part, here's where we're saying the information is confidential.
I have a question. It says on the bottom of the sheet, on page 1, the MTA or its vendor are prohibited from disclosing or selling the information collected by the system except under specific
Yes.
circumstances. Are there any circumstances in which they can sell the information? So I think I would just like to clarify that we're
Yep.
talking about that I just want to separate out there, except under specific circumstances is only in regards to disclosing the information.
I think the way the language is written, it's on page 8 of the amendment. Personally identifiable information may not be sold or disclosed by the authority or vendor to any person or entity except when the disclosure is made, and it lists those 3 things. I'm happy to write it more like this, like it as the bill language rather than this, if just to make it very clear. The second sentence is that positive of here's when they can disclose it. But I can have it follow.
That would be great.
Okay, yep. So it's just saying it won't be disclosed except under these circumstances or disclosed or sold. And then it's clarifying that once this final resolution is met, I tried to keep it vague because the final resolution may be met after an appeal process. It may be met just upon payment of the fine. Just pulled that language. So except as otherwise provided by law or in connection with an administrative summons or judicial order, including a search warrant or a subpoena, in a criminal proceeding, the authority or vendor has to destroy all recorded images recorded by a system no later than 21 days after final resolution of the violation. Okay, I need to back up really quick. The third paragraph is talking about this is the information that's confidential except under these circumstances. The fourth paragraph is saying, by the way, this information will also be destroyed. So when the information is in the possession of the authority, it is confidential, but also this information is not in the possession of the authority forever. It will be destroyed. So I just wanted to make that clear. And I'm happy to, if the committee wants me to try to make it as clear as possible, that it's like confidential and then confidential until destroyed. And here's when it's destroyed.
I think that's clear.
And also clarifying there will be some information maintained, but again, that has no connection to an individual registrant. So just saying, yes, so there is also some information that may be maintained, but it's non-personally identifiable information. And that's for research purposes to allow the MTA to actually do program evaluation. In the statute, so on the blue sheet, you can see the statute and there's bracketed that paragraph A through I. This is the criteria that the Judiciary Committee is going to be evaluating the exception based on. This memo kind of walks through each of the criteria to kind of be like, the committee has considered these. The first one is the need to collect information. Again, please tell me if you want this said in any other way, basically saying they have to collect it because otherwise it can't be enforced. If this information is collected, how is this going to be enforced? B is the value in maintaining the information, emphasizing that this is a pilot program, so it's a discrete amount of time and it's it's for enforcement. I don't think there's any federal law that will require this information to remain confidential, so just noting that. And then D, I think, is the most important part of why it's confidential, is balancing individual privacy rights and public interests. So the individual's privacy interest substantially outweighs the public interest in disclosure of the records. So with the exception of disclosing information for those very specific purposes, I'm saying you as the committee do not think that there's any reason why this information needs to be released. Is there any other information or any rephrasing you want me to do with that section? Because I feel like that paragraph D is kind of the crux of why it's confidential, is the privacy concern.
I think it's direct. Any other comments?
Okay. Paragraph E, I didn't think there was anything about the connection between the information and a business interest. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, or I'm happy to talk more about that. Interfering with public negotiation, I don't think it has anything to do with that either. That's also not why it's confidential. Balancing the public interest and potential jeopardy to public safety or a member of the public. Again, there are those exceptions, which is for public safety. And again, and this is just emphasizing the information disclosed for purposes of enforcing speed limit in a highway work zone, and that the enforcement is the public safety. This isn't impeding a public safety measure. I can make that shorter. I can take that out, whatever. I can rephrase anything.
I think that looks fine.
Okay, great. Paragraph G1 is about informed health and safety decisions, which I don't think this has anything to do with either. Paragraph H is about the narrowness of the exception. In this paragraph, just emphasizing that this is just for the pilot program. It's not a long-term, like this is not statute. This is 3 years, very discrete in time. And then also if the system is operational, there's also very specific instances in which this information will be collected. It is only if a driver is going 11 miles an hour over a speed limit that has a system set up and the system is operational because there are workers in the highway work zone. I'm happy to clarify any information in that as well. And then any other criteria, just specifying that this is time limited. It's not, would not put, unless legislative action in the future is taken, it's short term. Is there any additional information you'd like, in addition to the one rephrasing of that third paragraph, that you want me to clarify or add on behalf of the committee? Because ultimately this is from the majority of the committee.
That looks clear.
Okay.
Thank you. And if this were to, at the end of the pilot, if it were to be, if there's new legislation proposing a permanent program, it would then go back to the Judiciary Committee for review.
Yeah, follow that same
Okay.
process, except it would be in, different context.
Thank you.
So I think the next step would be me giving this to the Judiciary Committee, and then they'll notify the committee when it is scheduled. So again, any committee members are welcome to attend, but I know you all established Senator Fair and Representative Crafts will be attending on behalf of the committee. Any other questions about this process? I know it's kind of new and it was a lot of information on top of a lot of the information in the amendment language.
Senator Fair.
Just process wise, and I know you got it on the blue sheet at the bottom. So we go, you present the letter, the bill language, we go on Thursday.
Mhm.
Is it like a public hearing or is it just a conversation about how they take it up as a work session?
I think it's more in line with a work session. It's a conversation for them to review the criteria.
And then the Judiciary Committee takes a vote
Yes, and they will tell you, you will know at the time, that exact time, whether they have any concerns or anything like that at the time that they hear this, but they will also be in formal communication writing back to the committee, notifying the committee of its decision, but you will know right when that review happens. It won't be like a secret decision that you have to wait until a certain time to find out.
And not on the merits of the bill, but just whether the information can be
Yes,
protected.
it's just on that. Is it okay that this information is deemed confidential? That is the only, they are trusting this committee to have looked at the merits of the actual policy proposal.
Anything else for us?
I do have additional language review. We can save it. We can do it now. Up to you.
Let's do it on Thursday.
But where would you this year?
In the words of our good chief executive, you're welcome. I would, we have a motion and a second.